Hello and welcome back, my wonderful tome readers, as we continue Of the Devil Chapter 2. For those of you who missed the last stream, we got to talk to the young master, who is leading the Ikaria group, and they are quite young. Heck, underneath the big robe of office, I assume, they were still wearing what looked like a school uniform. A blazer, loose ribbon-style tie, asking us, because apparently we have been summoned for this reason, asking us to defend one of their people. And you might think it's like, but this is a criminal and very rich family that runs multiple companies. That is how they are getting their wealth. How is it that they don't have a bunch of lawyers on staff? And they do. They do. They're just all busy with something, apparently. Something far more important than one of the Ikaria's own, their bodyguard, their personal bodyguard at that, being framed for the murder of 5 people, one of which being a cop, on the claim that they were resisting arrest, and killed the cop during that. After that, we went and, took a look at the crime scene. Well, actually, no, after that, we technically went and asked some questions of our client. We're sure they're absolutely innocent, because we're the ones who killed those 4 gangbangers. But we can't exactly come to court with that. So, instead, asked some questions, figure out their state of mind at the time. They were still recovering from their drug-addled state while they were being beaten and interrogated, as we saw at the beginning of this chapter, though we didn't have their names at the time. And they said their memory was foggy, though they're not confident that they're the ones who killed any of them, because they didn't feel the same. They've taken lives before, and this didn't feel like it. And they don't think the drugs were enough for them to have done so. No, after that, we had Detective Reyes, as well as Sarah, look over our client, because, much like today, let alone the far-flung future of the 2086, I want to say, cops do what cops do, which is, this suspect killed a cop. Well, no one says they have to make it to their court date, do they? And, there's instead, just falling down the stairs and getting, worse injuries than they had been picked up with. Hence why Sarah, super strong android who is actually technically an AI, and thus can physically defend the client if worse comes to worse. And Detective Reyes, who is very bold, very proud of herself and her job, is also not the sort of person who is likely to beat up the client while in a jail cell. How do we determine that? Well, because all the other cops refer to him as an animal, while she still refers to him as a human. A scumbag of a human being, but a human nonetheless. So we took her partner, whose name escapes me, London, I think it is, to go look at the crime scene ourselves. And what do you know? The same gang that the 4 gangbangers are part of runs a particular, we're going to say, bodyguard for hire type business. Make sure no one's going in, messing with the crime scene, what have you. And, we question, it's like, we're just going to assume there's no bias here? It's like, no. They want to make sure this guy dies, if not goes to jail for the rest of his life. He's the Hound of the Ikaria. And so they don't want to risk him getting off on a technicality, because they did not properly exercise the, what is the term? The chain of custody. That's the phrase I'm thinking of. Chain of custody, which some of you might know. I'm pretty sure I've talked about it before, specifically about a Batman TikTok, of where it's like chain of custody has got to be like the biggest issue with Batman getting anyone arrested, because they don't know where evidence came from. It's just dropped off by the bat. Where's the proof that even came from that the crime scene in question, the suspect in question? cops have chain of custody, so if there's something screwy about a piece of evidence, they can look up everyone involved with the handling of said evidence between crime scene to courtroom. And, properly punish the ones who let it happen, or took a bribe, or falsified evidence. But anyway, the gang question claims that they're not going to let a technicality such as that get the Hound of Ikaria off the streets. Especially because it was their boys who had, kidnapped him in the first place, in the attempt to get the young master that he served. So, yeah, it's gonna be a good one. We looked around the crime scene. Our bigger, internal debate for Morgan here seemed to be making sure there's no forgotten evidence of herself having been there at all. Something that I'm tempted to do off-stream, after I finish Chapter 2, of course, to see if it's possible. Because after the killing and we try to, cover up whatever prints we had left behind, clean them up, there's a possibility to just skip that section. I'm curious if that would have affected the actual evidence-gathering portion of the crime scene. Just, see if the story could branch in a particular way of us trying to falsify evidence or screw stuff up. And who knows how far into Chapter 2 that wave of effects could be. How far that flap of the butterfly's wings could reach. But ignoring that, let's see. Yeah, we looked at the evidence. There are some side moments where I figured out London is corrupt. Enough to, pass messages from people in high places with money in their wallets that they're willing to hand out to those willing to listen. But he assured us that he doesn't do any dirty work himself. That is the line he does not cross. And we'll see how long through this series, because I'm sure episode 2 will not be the final for the Devil. I'm hoping for at least 5. That feels like a good number for a series of cases. 5. Yeah, we are going to pick up right after... Sorry, I jumped a little at some asshole honking outside. Yeah, that was latest. After the talk with London saying... Oh, right. I hadn't decided on this. Let's double check what were the recent things being said. Okay, we got the story of how there might be a missing Ikaria heir out there. They fled the company. Hope that a promised heir would grow strong and return one day, a triumphant little lord. With overflowing riches and overwhelming power, and we are marked that sounds like a fairy tale. And we get the opportunity to ask potentially just one of these, could be both, but under the assumption that we only get to ask about one. I think we go with Red Hood. I think it's less weird for Morgan to be familiar with that little fairy tale. Hey, you ever pay attention to any of this graffiti down here? Scrawlings about Lobo and the cyberpunk and actually, that reminds me of an alchemical symbol. That is definitely an alchemical symbol. That looks like it just says cults in a very specific font. Scrawlings about Lobo and the cyberpunk and HBK, increasingly. I haven't seen that myself. I was gonna say Red Hood. Why are you asking? You feel a chill down your spine? Except for HBK, that's all news. Ghost stories and campfire tales. There are a lot of campsites around here. Lots of places to start fires. But Red Hood, haven't heard that in who knows how long? It's one of the oldest. Rough story. It's based on a real event. Nothing worth recounting. I'll take your word for it. Okay, we can't ask about both. And the Huntsman? Did you or your pals and OC ever hear about some kind of blue blood hunter? Like a bounty hunter? Or huntsman, maybe? Where'd you hear that? Sosuke thinks he might have overheard talk of something like that while he was in captivity. Doesn't mean anything. No, Sosuke is a good excuse for how we heard that term. Nope. Lied. Lied through his teeth. I don't like the hesitation there, detective. Just an urban legend. I would have said the same thing about Unlisted before this afternoon, and yet... Fair enough. If you see a huntsman and live to tell the tale, I'll buy you as many lotto tickets as you want. What's gotten into you that you're feeling all superstitious? Guilty conscience? You mean about working with the mafia? A psychologist would call that projecting. Ouch. Too far? Nah. Didn't feel a thing. I don't know why I asked, really. Guess I've just had an odd feeling all day. Like deja vu? You been here before? No. I hate that feeling. It's whatever the opposite of that would be. The unnerving certainty that you're in uncharted waters. Scary stuff. Look, for a second there, the game froze. I was doing me a concern. Morgan's apartment, ooh. Hikaria, Blue Blood, Megs, Orcas, dirty cops and criminal informants. Lines drawn back and forth across the battlefield like a spider's suspension bridge. Dizzying in its complexity, frail along any given strand. One wrong move and you're completely ensnared. Priorities. The Ikari don't care about who tore through Creek's gang. They would prefer Sosuke to spend life in prison for killing a cop. The Blue Bloods want to tear Sosuke's throat out. But if Han's taken at her word, they're settling for 5 counts of murder. Can I take Han at her word? Is she a young blood like Creek, or is she with the old guard? Could I have asked London that? If I had, could I have trusted his answer? Because it turns out Quasum London is much harder to read than I anticipated. I can't even trust my client to act in his own self-interest. The man's bodyguard by trade and a zealot for his house. The trial starts tomorrow. Do I still need more information? Is there time to find it? Let's see. Greetings. Oh, wait, is it the only word? I believe I have it turned off for that one. But if you want me to set another hidden word, I can do it. Oh, yep, I had the dunk turned off. Let's see. What's another fitting one for this game? Now, that first idea I had was a bit mean. It would have been how they spelt defends when the young master thought that was our last name. Let's see. Got it. I will say the hint for this is still related to this game, but it has not... Yeah, I believe it has not been specifically mentioned in this chapter yet. It was in the last chapter, though, when we met Sarah and had to prove that she was not the murderer. And we went with the defense of, you're accusing her of murder, you're accusing me of the same. Which fucking... Morgan putting her neck out like that for, at the time, she thought just another ad. Definitely out of character from what we know of her so far. But yeah, as best I can... Actually, there's one way to test it. Let me pop it back up really quick. Okay, we can test one of the other words like this. Yeah, it looks like it does have to be only that word, or perhaps at least just the first one. Let's see. It looks like it has to be only that word. Yeah. Strange. I should have tested it before, because it would have been so cool if just any point in some comment could have triggered it. Have a bunch of just fun buzzwords slipped in there. Ah, well. Wait, it is on the right. That's probably another thing we should check, actually. Oh. Okay, yeah. That one is still working. Wait, why was the... I don't remember having the candlestick in chill before, but oh well. Guess that's a mistake on my part. But yeah, continuing with the devil. And let's see, ooh, I'm actually a little curious. Did London's thing update now that we know he's working for a criminal group? None here. Oh, Though I guess it does explain this wardrobe thing of more expensive than it looks. Which, I mean, as a competent, underfunded department, that is a little strange. But now I guess we know where that little extra scratch is coming from. Yeah, the trial starts tomorrow. Do I still need more information? Is there time to find it? No, what I need right now is a nightcap. If I can't fall asleep, then I'll know I'm in trouble. Till then, guess sleep will have to wait. It's unlocked. Oh. Pardon me for dropping in at such a late hour, Counselor Morgan. Who might you be in this very noir detective-looking scene? Standing there in my doorway, she cut through the light like a blade of spilt ink. That is a very, very interesting choice of transition. This film reel one is new. But twice as sharp and not nearly as familiar. Are we... Is this actually happening, or is this a flashback? It is outside of normal consultation hours, miss. She purses her lips, like lily petals shying away from the moonlight. Why are we getting so poetic all of a sudden, Morgan? What's going on here? What's a smirk by any other name? Please, call me Marai. Any last name, Marai? The question floats in the air like a curling cigarette smoke. I could tell she was used to the smell. I'll leave that up to your imagination. Self-assured and unapologetic, the unspoken family name loud as a signature. Written in blood. You're from House Ikaria. Might I step inside? She blinks. Her head turns a millimeter. A forked tongue testing the temperature of the air. She wasn't asking for permission. Just you. What about your friends in the hallway? She raised an eyebrow, but keeps staring at the floor. She's surprised my perception of the unseen threat, but not quite impressed. I don't think they need to join us. Do you? She was the kind of woman to make you remember. Smoking could kill. What is going on here? Okay, color's coming back. That was strange. Okay, I'm liking her outfit. It's subdued, but still looks kind of regal. Yellow on black, that is not an easy color combination to do, especially if it's merely dyeing it. If this was like embroidery or something sewn on after, like a patch, less impressive, but unlikely, considering. And if it was like a visible paint just kind of like stamped on, oof, I mean, it may be the cyberpunk future, but that's also a little tricky to do without looking cheap. It's like, it's possible, absolutely possible, but expensive without the raised edges of whatever ink, paint, whatever you want to call it, being applied. I'm not a big fan of this, though, because this kind of looks, I mean, like it's supposed to be a smoke effect, but this big, it looks like a glitch effect, especially with these. God, I wish I could zoom in on this game, but like the horizontal lines that thin kind of look like more glitchiness. Interesting. How can I be of service, Mirai? You're already being quite accommodating, both to me and my family's interests. I assume this is the aunt of the young master. Or, well, I guess it could be the mother. The fact that they are not heading the family despite being an adult suggests that maybe more of a mistress, side piece, whatever slang you like to use for not the main wife. I came here tonight to be of service to you. I understand that you're somewhat new to this underworld of ours. I'm grateful for the offer, Mirai, but inexperienced as I am, I've gathered that House Ikaria didn't come into its fortune by being generous. Would you like to know how House Ikaria did come into its fortune? I know you operate a lending corporation with a significantly diversified portfolio. Yes, the good old IFG, the public face of the Ikaria criminal empire, clean-shaven as it's become. And I know you founded a pharmaceutical company and profited immensely when it went public. And before that, I know your family became neo-nobility during the years of civil unrest. No doubt by being well-positioned when the time came to reprivatize our nation's industries. Yes. And before that, I know you slaughtered the Blue Bloods 30 years ago. Very good, Counselor Morgan. You've acclimated to our waters remarkably fast. What I don't know is why Makoto Ikaria has been the target of multiple kidnapping attempts over the past year. You can't fathom a guess as to why the Blue Bloods might want to ransom the family's heir. That's the only guess I can make. It strikes me as shallow. Nothing more dangerous than waters you don't know the depth of. As you said, 30 years ago, the Ikaria cartel, an unrecognizable band of brutes and drug smugglers compared to today, massacred the respectable Blue Bloods and left their geriatric leadership to die on the vine. Oof, that is quite the metaphor. I'm not against it, though. But we thrust the knife much deeper than that. You went after their heirs and their entire future. Are you familiar with genetic factor authentication? Using DNA's password? But specifically, easier than memorizing a string 3 billion characters long. But GFA's fallen out of favor, hasn't it? Let's do a quick check. Anything more specific than using blood? In combination with username passkey. Can only be connected in person, because blood and because physical reality is verification. Considered cryptographically secure, cannot be bypassed or hacked in a traditional sense. Which is fair. It's depending on how much of a sequence one can quote-unquote translate and into what characters you could choose. Because I assume there'll be some alphanumeric in there, but also special symbols. The question is, are there going to be special symbols that only get used for the translation process between blood sequence and password? Specific bloodlines as opposed to specific groups. The verification process itself is inconvenient for most, while totally unusable for anyone working remotely. So offered as some of the most prestigious and secure banks in the world. Families with particularly long lineages have been known to favor GFA for what are effectively symbolic reasons. Users also frequently search for how to change lost password fast. Right, because it remains successful to any past or future offspring of the initial registries. It is sometimes offered as a wedding or baby shower gift for couples intending to set up trusts. Interesting. So I get why it can be only done in person, because you need such person's blood. The question is, why can't that be bypassed? Not in a literal hacking sense, but in a low-tech hacking sense. Like, there are body mods of all sorts. Heck, that client we're defending, the Hound of the Korea, has one that ups his response time by just, in his body, secreting drugs that raises adrenaline and reaction times. Why couldn't you do something like that with a false vein, if that's how the blood is being secured? Which, I assume if you have to be in person, that's the safest way to do it. Like, you wouldn't just cut everyone's finger. That's really messy. And also just annoying, like, to have a bandage on for repair work, you know? So you go to a vein, you get some blood there, but if someone has a mod with a fake vein, you could technically load that up with someone else's blood and, harvest it off-site, so to speak. We also have her profile. Look at Ray. Don't have her weight, but she's A+ blood type. Occupation is representative. She likes sipping alcohol, rubbing alcohol, and arachnids. That's a strange mix. Dislikes sunrises, black tea, and photographers. I understand the last one. Sunrises, though? It's like, Favorite smell is dojo floors, the best at making use of people, and the worst at hiding my distaste. How classy. Alright. G-Face fallen out of favor, hasn't it? The Blue Bloods made ample use of it back then. Bad bet. They already had all their offshore accounts, business titles, property deeds. The Blue Bloods thought they had already won, that they were establishing a dynasty. So as they made their political marriages, they bound their alliances and fortunes in literal blood. GFA was both a financial and symbolic laundering of the Blue Bloods' past. Their children now married clean-cut and perfectly respectable, would prosper alongside wealth no longer tainted by ill-gotten gains. So that GFA registry became the Ikaruya's checklist. We went through and crossed out anyone that could have accessed those funds. Now all of it sits untouchable overseas in encrypted digital warehouses in some of the oldest, most austere banks in the world, collecting interest that will never be claimed. Does that answer your question as to why they'd target Makoto? No, and you know it doesn't. Because if they thought they could lock you out of your coffers by killing Makoto, they would be trying to take him alive. You're paying attention. I like that. We don't use GFA. Makoto is the heir to House Ikaruya, the Ikaruya Financial Group. You'd never be tied to our legitimate banking information. Why not? What if he wants to buy a lollipop? A lollipop would be provided for him. The family's black market proceeds, and its white market holdings must never mix. You divided your house right down the middle, Pardon the expression, but how can you stand atop the backs of many? And you all take this division that seriously? Deadly seriously. That is our family's rule, dating back centuries. Either you serve the house or you serve its interests. Never both. So, you're assigned to either the criminal organization, that's registered as the IFG, or to managing the family's legitimate business holdings, like Renogen. But that means you aren't nearly as much of an outsider to the Ikaria financial group as you are. Nearly is doing a lot of work there. Who do you answer to then? Who controls the Ikaria's legitimate empire? Until Makoto marries his mother. And I take it Makoto isn't solely responsible for the house's affairs at his age. Makoto wields great authority as the heir. But yes, the house is led by his father Raphael, and more directly by his grandfather, our patriarch Daisuke Ikaria. This is the guy who is fucking aura farming as we went into our meeting with the young master. Yeah, he's certainly cool enough to be an appropriate leader. And hell, why the fuck aren't they... Wait, why is the young master have any real authority right now? Father's alive, mother's alive, grandfather's alive. They all have, like, proper control over the family's holdings. Why does a student have any say? I don't know. Maybe we'll get an answer. I see. But that puts me back where I started. The Blue Bloods want to hold Makoto hostage to gain leverage on the likes of Daisuke. How can I put this? Had things gone even slightly different 30 years ago, the Blue Bloods would be the ones shaking hands with politicians, marrying ambassadors, and sitting in boardrooms. Some of them believe it can still be so, if the right match were made. They want to marry into House Ikaria. But Makoto's... all the real Blue Bloods are older. They'd find an age-appropriate adoption. You're missing the point. They need Makoto alive and well to negotiate that kind of reversal of fortune. So they've been trying to capture him for the past year. But every Blue Blood I met today seemed to care a lot more about getting revenge for their dead men than kidnapping a preteen. How many of them do you think Sosuke's cut down the last year he spent repelling their attempts? Is that a source of internal conflict? The old guard are throwing young bloods into an Ikaria shredder en masse, trying to capture Makoto just to elevate themselves. I suppose that all might total up enough motivation for them to torture Sosuke, yeah. Oh. I had heard Sosuke was wounded. No one informed me that he had been tortured. You know him, I take it? As you've gathered, Sosuke deals in matters unrelated to my side of the family. But he is still family. Speaking of my side, I have a duty as a representative of my wing of the house to stress that we do not want this trial to be prolonged. So the bean counters don't care for extra attention. That makes sense. Do you care about the outcome? A win is always preferable, but not a necessity. Makoto Ikaria hired me to prove Sosuke's innocence. If he's the one signing the checks, did he say why he hired you? He hired you for 2 reasons. Reason 1, his options are limited. More limited than he suggested, no doubt, to keep a strong front. The entire house is currently being audited by the state. Our usual legion of lawyers and accountants are already billing hours as fast as they can, so he wouldn't have his pick of the litter. So one half of the family can't talk business at the dinner table with the other half, but you share a pool of lawyers. Lawyers can be trusted to be discreet, can they not? Yeah, we can read between the lines. So then you'll understand reason too. Whatever lawyer he did find through the Ikaria's usual connections would, like me, do whatever's best for the house as a whole. And not what's best for Sosuke. I'll make an amendment. 3 reasons. Makoto knew that if he didn't assign him any lawyer, Sosuke would just stay silent as the state dragged him off to be chained, rather than inconvenience the house any further. Well, yeah. I've known Sosuke for less than a day, and even I can tell he's never seen a cross he wouldn't jump at the opportunity to bear. I like that turn of phrase. Never seen a cross he wouldn't jump at the opportunity to bear, man. I've known some people like that for sure. And some of them even aren't even proper crosses. They got wheels attached. Fucking zing for the Republicans who did that bullshit. That explains why Makoto would hire someone without connections to the Ikaria. You slow-rolling another addendum that'll clairvoyant unearth my name came across his desk? Littered with crayons and times tables, as I'm sure it was. I hope I've been able to elucidate matters for you, Counselor Morgan. Masterfully subtle way to say we're done talking. Now I might ask you a small favor in return. Pass this message to Sosuke. If you see a way out, take it. Do you understand what you're asking him to do? Even if Sosuke took a plea bargain, even if somehow got the other charges reduced to manslaughter, self-defense, the state thinks he killed a cop. The message is for Sosuke, not you. Your interpretation of it is irrelevant. End of conversation. Okay. As she reaches the exit, she turns back to look at me. Oh boy. Looking in the doorway like the warm buzz of a strong, dark cocktail. But your assessment is correct. If this were just 4 dead blue bloods, our dim little underworld could balance out the ledger unassisted. If that cop hadn't shown up last night... Do you know something about the late Officer Chopin? City in mourning after death of city councilman's beloved adopted son in the line of duty. All I know is that his funeral dirge will make those 4 boys' deaths sound like a disinterested sigh. By the way, I must admit you have a lovely apartment, Counselor. Changing subjects as subtly as a bullet train hopping its tracks. Quite spacious for a defense attorney. Yeah, place wouldn't sell after the tram route got diverted. I negotiated down the rent and then installed all the soundproofing myself. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Shame if something were to happen to it. Can't open the windows without being treated to the sounds of the city then. There's always a cost. That's one mystery solved then, isn't it? Enjoy the rest of your quiet evening, Counselor. The door glides to a close behind her, easy as a question left unasked. I'm left here hanging on a single held breath of stillness, listening as the deafened thud of her honor guard's implied violence stomps down the hallway behind her. But seriously, Morgan, are you in a mood? What was with the film noir poetic observations there? I was still leaned back in my chair, staring at holes in my ceiling long after the scent of her expensive tobacco had faded into null. Savoring it while it lasted was beyond me at the moment. My attentions elsewhere. His case is knotted and twisted like a gnarled oak. Just when I think I found my rhythm, the blade runs dull. Carving is an exercise in patience and vision. You need to start with a clear picture of what you want. I want some answers. But for now, I'll sleep. Tomorrow in court, I'll just have to keep whittling away at the wood until I fashion something halfway usable. And, well, if that doesn't work, I'll use a chainsaw. Nothing wrong with chainsaw carving. You can get some very impressive detail if you're good at it. Hey, cool kid. God. Yeah, you. Trying to look all stoic, staring out the window. You think he's a kid can turn wounds in proper army? I mean, proper army, probably not. A usable army in that you can point at someone else and say, at them, target them, probably. It'd certainly be funny if you did. But not knowing Case could well enough, big shrug. A little late to try and look detached after that thing you pulled the other day. I'm assuming red is us. Red feels like a very us color. So that wasn't a joke. Making an announcement in front of the class. You trying to start a detective club or something? What mysteries? Disappearing cleaning supplies? Books snucking returned to the library? Sounds lame. Oof, what is happening? Well, not like that's your fault. Everything's lame. Good luck finding members. Everyone around here already knows what they're going to do after school. And tomorrow. And next year. They're all staring down the barrel of a lucrative career in telling other companies how to provide web services or whatever the hell the school's supposed to train us for. A lawyer? If you say so, cool kid. The Megs will probably have robots doing that by the time you graduate, but sure. Law school is supposed to be hard to get into. You'll need a record that doesn't suck. Getting the club you started shut down because you couldn't get anyone to join probably won't help. Wow, so confident. You really are a cool kid. What if we misread that? What if that wasn't Morgan has read someone else's wife? What if that was Morgan talking to someone else? Something happened and we took, like, the identity and thus the dreams and goals of someone else? See, building. Floor 48. Morgan, please, this is... Hold still and relax. This will be over soon. I thought you were joking about the makeup. Of course I wasn't joking. A face like yours is invaluable in the courtroom. And you think covering me in concealer and blush and applying eyeliner will help me appeal to what demographic exactly? You know the names of all this stuff? What just happened? I assume she's been putting makeup on him. Yes. I remember him being a lot more bloody. In fact, let's get full view before continuing. Yeah, no, his, I think it was this hand that was all wrapped up and bandaged. Pretty sure there's some bruising on the upper neck. It's like there, I can see why that'd be a little hard. He's hidden under a bandage, but I also see what she's going for. Someone who is visibly injured, but bandaged up, cuts a much more, maybe not classy, what's the word I'm looking for? Legitimate. Cuts more legitimate air about them. It's like criminals, I mean, someone who's just got like visible bleeding cuts and scabs and bruises, they look like someone who starts fights, or at least gets in them a lot. Someone who's properly bandaged up after being injured looks a lot more legitimate in comparison. Someone get the number on that donkey cart. Oh, don't worry. This is him looking a lot better. You've got fucking concealer and blush and what have you, covering up the worst of it. Getting him, a little bit closer to a J-pop boy band quality looks. I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. Is that your eyebrow gel? Yes? It's cakey. Do you want to do the rest? I think some of the jury might find that his wounds make him look rugged. And furthermore, from an aesthetic perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone will... Excuse me? You're clearly a very devoted martial artist, Sosuke. You should be proud to display your well-defined collarbones as the fruit of your efforts. Just hold still. But I get what Sarah is saying. Just something about visible collarbones. Like, if you're wearing a shirt with a collar, and your collarbones are clearly defined, that's like the closest thing to man cleavage you could get without being, like, pecs so buff they also have cleavage. Appearances matter in the courtroom. 95% of defendants who are ever seen in prison garb at trial are found guilty. I don't doubt your tactics work, Morgan. My tactics include getting your suit pressed. Do you want me to wrinkle it back up? I just find them unpalatable. Trying to get the jury, these civilians, to pity me is shameful. You're worried about honor? Really? You're already a cybernetic ninja, Sosuke. Don't be a stereotype. Don't call it people's stereotypes. He's right, Adonai. And he's more of a cybernetic samurai, since he's sworn himself to a wealthy, land-owning noble. That is fair, Sarah. But still. I'm confused. Sosuke, is it honorable how your family makes their money? Made their money? I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about having principles. Yes, they're subjective, and yes, they can be hypocritical. The further you stray from the common path, the more you need them. I mean, what about her? What would Sarah be like if she didn't have tenets to guide her programming? We're just going to look at this to get it unmarked. There we go. But tenets are pretty much like expanded version of the Asimov's 3 laws of robotics. Serve people, don't hurt people, and do not serve people if what they're asking you to do would hurt other people, etc. But lists can be much, much longer and specific than that. Also, for those who didn't see Chapter 1 for some reason, big spoiler, she does not have tenets in a bad way. She's technically an illegal style model. But she's also a reminder of our late friend, so she's perfect the way she is. Abrasions and defined collarbones. Meanwhile, sit here, having inherited my dad's neck. Dad didn't have a neck either? Yeah. I mean, hey, one upside to it, if someone doesn't like you enough, they try to choke you with their hands, it's going to be a very hard fight for them. You know? Silver lining and everything. I can only imagine that some people, believe it or not, enjoy their freedoms. Drift in the middle of the ocean, you're free to go in whatever direction you want. But without a compass, you'll just die of exposure. If you only ever follow exactly what the compass says, you'll sail north until you freeze to death. The point is, if you have a compass, you know which direction north is. Fortunate for us all, then, the state is a 1,000,000 megawatt North Star pointing towards complacency at all times. And the media is like the wind, and without wind, you'll get stuck in the tide. Does that make sense? I don't think that actually makes sense, because, like, the metaphor was you fall off a boat or you lose your boat in some way, and the compass helps you find a direction to land. If you're still in the boat, the wind metaphor makes sense, but not out of it. It was a nice try, Sarah. Let's see, indeed. Sorry, this from Brazen. Indeed, my trapezes pretty much go from... Oh, like trapezoids, gotcha. Pretty much go from shoulder to base of skull. Not quite as large as pro wrestler. Still quite beefy. If that's not the right muscle, I know it's very close. Trapezius is something I work out some. Helps with bike rides. For endurance purposes, at least. Forget it. Do whatever you want with your brushes, woman. And you're pouting again. Great. Sarah, just keep him talking. But if I'm talking, how will you... Trust me, I've done more delicate work before. Sarah, small talk. Gladly, Adonai. We get to make a decision for Sarah. We're gonna go through all of these, absolutely. So, Skye, do you happen to have any tattoos? I thought you were gonna ask about that or something. They might. Oh. Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I do have a tattoo. A Komainu on my back. Komainu, a guardian dog. You have a tattoo of a dog? It's a fierce guardian deity. Like Labrador, or like a great, fierce, a big dog. Perhaps you should have it changed to some other design, like, say, like a dragon. Is this name drop referencing, was it one of the Yakuza games, I think? Like a Dragon as a subtitle? Or just, in general, reference to dragon tattoos being criminal tattoos? Brazen, I don't know about you, but still find Sarah's use of Adonai a bit unsettling, yes. I think I saw it in a Tumblr post of someone who actually, like, works in the Jewish language, not just for, like, reading the Torah, but, like, knows it rather fluently. The capitalization of Adonai is not just master, it's like the master, God, the big G, etc. If it was lowercase Adonai, it would just be like normal mortal master. So yeah, it's definitely a choice. I honestly wonder how her use of Adonai might change as she finds out more about Morgan here in future chapters. Probably not this one. There's no switching. The buyer's remorse must be unbearable. There's no buyer's remorse. Alright. Makeup then. Lift your chin. You really think they'll feel bad for me because of some cuts and scrapes? You're not good at listening to instructions, are you? The prosecution has to get 12 strangers to agree that you killed 5 men. Each charge has to be unanimous. A perfect score. So any chip damage we can do, any doubt we can sow, we take it. Any advantage we're given, we make full use of it. We're saying that decisions were made. We suspect was very well considered too. I'm saying it's a bad choice, it's an unsettling one. As I say, if it doesn't make you feel anything, it's not hard. That is true. But also, it could be foreshadowing of how much Sarah puts Morgan up on a pedestal for capital A Adonai, capital G God. And, you know, putting someone up on a pedestal oh so much without knowing the full picture of who they are and what they do probably lead to quite the crash out when the truth comes out. Well, depending on how it comes out, I suppose. But the advantage you're talking about is my face. Are you really not used to this kind of attention, Sosuke? Look, it may be true that At times, some women have expressed, and men, no doubt. Oh yeah, I'm familiar with the Sarah Angel card. I think my brother had one. Sounds familiar enough I probably saw it in his big collection. All I'm saying is that there's a difference between knowing your strengths and powdering up like this. Pretend it's war paint. Is that how you see it? No, but I'm a grown-up. Mob history? Thank you for entertaining my questions last night, Sosuke. Did she ask you about your dimensions? The subject might have come up. She's a talkative one, isn't she? Sorry if she kept you up all night. No, she's no trouble, just curious. Reminds me of... we discussed history. Oh, well then she must have put you right to sleep. Adonai, it was his choice of subject. So you read history, Sosuke. Can I bring it back? Here I assumed you spent all your free time frowning in the corners of rooms with your arms crossed. We talked about the Roman Empire for your information. Literally, if he was not part of a criminal organization, or at least the legitimate half of said information, I would go fucking typical man, Roman Empire. Puh. And criminal empires. There we go, that's more like it. Nothing too detailed, I hope. But Sosuke, I still don't understand. What did you mean when you said criminal organizations used to be structured differently? Only that the old ways don't fit our new 21st century world. Old ways? Well, he's talking about race, Sarah. Race? I don't understand. Well, that's to be expected. After all, you share 98% of your components with a washing machine. That is an untrue and unflattering comparison. That's true. Didn't we learn she has like a bunch of like military-esque hardware? She'd have more in common with a tank than a washing machine. Let's see, I mean the card's been printed in 35 different sets, looks like. Pretty well known, yeah. A classic. Maybe you do get it. Look, Sarah. Names like Mafia, Gokudo, Sanhi, Hui, they all come from different cultures, but they all refer to a kind of path. An outsider's path, and the pride that comes with living by your own set of rules. Those were the first criminal organizations. Underground guilds, lending systems, militias, secret societies. Oh, sure. They were basically just big, friendly charities. Then the world got smaller. People started moving around. The mafia changed. It became a way for immigrants to band together, to have some kind of power in places that wouldn't give them a chance at anything remotely respectable. But the world kept getting smaller and more complex, and eventually that kind of community couldn't form, let alone survive. Why? Not enough shared experiences. Shared experiences. I see. Fancy way of saying the internet came along. Well, yes, technology negates the physical distance between people. When you spend most of your life online, you end up with more in common with people on the other side of the planet than your own neighbors. Yeah, this kind of hits close to home. With a literal person in my D&D group living in Australia, born in the Philippines, in a science lab type job, and me, who runs the game, who's had mostly physical labor type jobs here in the US. Very different lifestyles. We're saying social outcasts banding together for mutual protection, suddenly finding themselves with power and influence outside the acceptable hierarchies. Yes. The acceptable hierarchies probably being the most important detail. If they, formed a company, some sort of like lending bank or what have you, and, fleeced their customers like that, I'm sure they'd get on claps on the back. Unless they were, a couple shades away from white enough for them to go, whoa, hey, you can't do that. That's our job. Such as we see again and again throughout history. Just because of where your recommendations take you. So, the immigrant experience disappeared. Fractured, more like, cracked into a million shards with a hammer. While generational or economic experiences got cemented. The world is more diverse and varied than it's ever been in every sense, except economically. Wealth inequality is at historic heights, as it has been every year since before I was born. To answer your question, Sarah, that's what binds the members of a criminal organization to one another. Their socio-economic status. House Ikaria is at the top. The Blue Bloods lie below us. Within each organization, wealth is concentrated among the leadership, of course, but each mafia exists in entirely different strata. I see. I've also read about an organization called the Rust being active here in the city. Are they in the poverty class then? Rust, I'd put them in the anarchy class. Glowing tattoos, spiked hair, chrome biceps, and sharpened teeth. The Blue Bloods, for all their faults, can put on a tie and go to work, but I can't see the Rust experiencing any kind of social mobility. Careful, Sosuke. If the Rust heard you being that classist, the Rust wouldn't care about anything I said or who I stand with. They don't need any excuse to start ripping open monitors and grabbing whatever they can. That is fair. Things like that happen in this city. Only in the shadows, Sarah. Nowhere you'd ever find yourself. Foreshadowing. Finally run out of steam. On to the grim business then. How do things go with your investigation? That bad, was it? Nonsense. It was pretty bad. With what I've seen so far, there's no one else who would have killed Chopin. Even if I managed to pick apart all the evidence for the pod's death, they've got a police officer who will swear on the stand that he arrested Sosuke standing over his partner's dead body. What's it going to look like in there? You've never been inside a courtroom, never as a defendant. I'm just wondering how many cops I should expect. In the gallery, a sea of blue. Cheap intimidation tactics. Yes, but I can't fault them for that. We'd line up much the same for one of ours. You say that, and yet I don't see any other Ikaria around. This is a completely different scenario. And the house can't afford to appear beside a cop killer when they're being audited by the state. How understanding of you. Adonai. I think Sosuke is sad that his friends haven't showed up. Good catch. You were hired by Makoto of House Ikaria, weren't you, Adonai? Surely he would want to be in attendance. Don't be absurd. Makoto shouldn't be transported anywhere without a full security team. Besides which, he should be put through the long elevator ride to this 48th floor just for my sake. What's so bad about an elevator ride? Is he claustrophobic? No. That is, yes, but you cannot tell anyone. Understand? Who the hell would I tell that to? Right. Look, it's legal to stream trial proceedings under most circumstances, but I'm sure House Ikaria doesn't mind paying a fine. They'll be watching from somewhere in the courtroom. That would be a waste of the house's coin. But I suppose they might consider keeping an eye on the case's progression. As will the Blue Bloods, no doubt. Adonai, I think Sosuke's spirits have rallied. Really? How can you tell? Oh. Her. We're fucked. Anyway. He lifted his gaze, and his eyes seemed brighter, as if... Good. Now try and keep his spirits high. How do I do that? Think of something fun. Right. Sosuke, shall we arm wrestle? I kind of hope there's a CG of them arm wrestling. That sounds very cute. I'm not sure what would be funnier, actually. Sarah looking to be winning, or him. Because I don't think he has a modded arm. Or at least... I don't think it was a full arm. I think he had supports on one hand, perhaps? Oh, good morning, Morgan. Good morning, Emma. You seem tired. Want to push this off till next week? Actually, that sounds... Ooh. Second. Both evil lesbians are in court? What? No. That's incorrect, Barengo. For all we know, she's a neutral lesbian. Actually, we don't even know she's a lesbian, to be fair. But man, I hope for the toxic Yuri possibility. Also, make sure I didn't listen. Actually, that sounds okay. So I did not read that. We do have, like, very heavy signs that Morgan is, however. Hey. Sorry. But we'll be facing off soon enough. Why not save the playfulness while we still can? Ooh! The girls may not be fighting. They probably won't be flirting, but I think it'll be closer to the latter. Fair enough. Sorry, fake yawn turned into a real one. Losing sleep over this case? Not really, no. Things look pretty cut and dry to me. What about you? You toss and turn all night before your big debut as a mob lawyer? Not at all. I slept like a rock. Lucky. I mean, I've been getting good rest more or less, just been having a lot of late nights recently. Late nights? Wait, is our hair darker than normal? It certainly looks more purple than red for some reason. Are we jealous? Like, going out? Oh. Just late night chats. Oh, the jealousy is coming in. Why is this suddenly red? That seems new from the last cut away. Chatting about what? God, look at all of them. Never seen so many cops in one building. They'd bring a marching band into the courtroom if they could. Theater. Right. Well, theater and trial weren't all that far apart back in ancient Greece. Would hope we'd progressed since then. You don't approve of this show of force, I take it? Is it that obvious? I'd like to say this is because of who Chopin's family is, but we both know that's not what this is really about. The cop is dead. The state wants to make it clear that isn't tolerated. Cops volunteer to defend our laws and protect us citizens. Volunteers don't get paid. Besides, cops, courts, the state, all they can do is enforce the laws, not defend them. Guns and arms can't defend against corrosion anyway. Rot comes from the deep. So you'd rather that the death of a police officer get the same treatment as any other citizen? Because I, for one, would agree. In the immortal, but probably in some way paraphrased words of Sam Vimes of Discworld, police officers are people, you stupid piece of shit. That is the full context of the quote. And so it says, oh, you're done being oh wait, no, that wasn't that. His response to it's like, what, being a civilian isn't enough for you? It's, man. Suppose that's not possible. They get increasingly fewer chances to play the victim every year, and they never let the opportunity pass. Well, I guess the best I could hope for is that the state makes the same show of force whenever any crime is committed. Ooh, that's rough. If they treated every death like the death of a cop, maybe I could have caught HBK by now. You're still on that. Of course. Shooting deaths are down, but you know how many missing persons cases there are in this city? Ooh. The police are civilians because otherwise they'd be soldiers. Yes, that's the quote I was thinking of. Thank you, Baringo. Yeah, it's cops should never be a soldier. Because soldiers do not defend from murderers. They're supposed to defend, or at least attack, people of other countries. You can't do that in the very country you work for. And you should not pretend that you are, as a cop, a soldier. Oof. How many deaths get written up as mod harvesting attacks gone wrong? It's a big city, Morgan. More than enough blood running through the streets for HBK to launder their kills in. You shouldn't joke like that. Cops should never be soldiers except military police. I mean, even still, I think military police should be counted as military more than police. Like, how SEAL Team 6 is military, but they have a specific goal, specific training. I think it's safer for military police to be military first, but for the purpose of policing other military. It's like internal affairs for police departments. It's like they're still cops, but they look within the house rather than outside it, if I can mix metaphors there. It's like they're still beholden to the same laws, so the cops still have the training other cops get, I'm sure. They're just more specialized to certain crimes. Yeah, their purposes are very different. In fact, I, for one, would rather just get rid of police departments. It's like the purpose of sheriffs back in the day, which contained many a Tuesday, for one, was to deputize and train their own enforcement team. So if any of the enforcement team fucks up, abuses their position, or anything of the sort, the one responsible is the sheriff that brought them on personally. Having police departments as an organization and sheriffs just being a related electable position, it muddies the water too much. Then any orders the sheriff gives out to the departments under their jurisdiction gets muddied. It's the game of telephone where interpretations are had or wording is misused. And it's like, oh, well, I may have given the order, but they misinterpreted it. Bullshit. It's like, we're saying, oh, absolutely, military police says soldiers first. They still need to be policed within that context. Yeah, no, it's the fact that the U.S. and their police departments came from pretty much one of the more widespread versions of bounty hunting, which is, slave catching groups. So, hey, my slave escaped. I'll pay you such and such amount of money to bring them back. That's where they started. That's where the organization is. They just got deputized when they no longer had that job. And thus, police departments were formed. And let me tell you, that's not an origin you can just reform out of. Clean slate that forces people to go through completely distinct training to replace the cop system is much better than just thinking we can reform people who have been corrupt for decades longer than the idea to fix them has been thunk. Funny that speech text thought thunk was fuck. That's, Yeah, it got it right the second time, huh? Defund the police, put the majority of police duties into more appropriate purviews. Don't bring the police into every issue that doesn't require violence. Yes. I think police departments definitely need to be scaled back to something more akin to just a private security force that works for the city rather than for profit. They can still give out tickets for improper parking or what have you. But I think we need a separate system for, actually having to intervene with violent responders. Like, we can keep SWAT teams for, the bank robberies and bullshit people are gonna toss out as strawman arguments. But not every police officer needs to be trained on gunfire and accuracy before de-escalation. Prove yourself in de-escalation, then you can learn on, on physical firearm-based attacking. Ugh. You shouldn't joke like that. Roll back peace officers, not necessarily even armed. Let them keep a calming presence, so behaving like a better equipped street game. Yeah. That actually reminds me of another book, and I know the exact page this quote. I'm going to do my best to remember the exact words, but there'll probably be a little paraphrasing. 1632, top of page 12. Perspective of a small-town police sheriff. And he's talking about when he, got a job offer in a big city as a police officer. And he's like, turned down the job in less than 12 minutes. I saw officers acting more like a occupying army than defenders of peace. I wanted nothing to do with it. That part stuck out to me, especially because that book came out months before 9/11 even happened. So it's not like the author was even drawing from the post 9/11 security up TSA and other bullshit. Police departments have always been violent, occupying army types. It's just, internet and TV wasn't as unbiased. If you have the money to have a website that you yourself host, you have the power to have it say whatever the fuck you want. Anyway, game's still going. What, you don't believe me? Just last month, missing person. Report was filed by their employer when they didn't show up to work, 7 days after they had last been seen by anyone. They were just some part-time worker, no close friends, no family. They went to work, and they came home, paid their bills, and they disappeared. And no one cared or even noticed until their job didn't get done. Those bills went unpaid. No one noticed until they stopped buying in. The body was found a full 2 weeks later. The decay was... what happened to them? Blunt force to the back of the head. Something metallic with a sharp corner, we think. It was a roughly cubed machine part I pulled from a dumpster nearby. It fit snugly in my hand, and it caved through his skull like a shovel through snow. Kicked into the bay. Might not even have been weighed down. Just thrown away like a cheap... Oh, that's terrible. Did you find any belongings on them? No. So, probably a mugging then, right? No, there would have been other injuries from a struggle. And a thief who accidentally committed murder would be too panicked, too terrified to... You know how muggers think now. I can learn how anyone thinks. Even HBK with a robust enough profile. Well, good luck building it all by your lonesome. I'm not working on this by myself. Ooh. This is a new sound effect. Ah, sorry, right. Did you want to beg for mercy real quick before we... Oh, that was the start of the session, okay. I thought that was like internal Morgan's just like, oh. Fuck. Now, where would be the fun in that? Alrighty. This will be a tricky case. November 4, August 15th, 2086, courtroom 48-D. The courtroom gallery is quite full today, isn't it? Awash in a sea of pissed-off cops. It doesn't exactly shore up one's confidence, does it? 5 counts of murder would be newsworthy any day of the week. And the fact that one of the bodies belongs to a cop, and a crowd was to be expected. Didn't think they'd be so quiet, though. Maybe they're all just waiting for the firing pistol before they start casting their stones. Don't let it get to you, Sosuke. They're just posturing. Posturing, I understand. I've been in attendance for my share of tense negotiations. But the bloodlust in those rooms was always mutual. You don't feel any animosity towards these cops? I'm used to summoning my temper on command. I might have forgotten how to get angry for my own sake. You just worry about the jury. What about the adjutant? They cannot be intimidated by muscle, bribed with cash, or disarmed with fine tailoring. All of which makes them quite favored when it comes to prosecuting organized crime. Have you been in court many times before, then? It's an eye for an eye in the world we operate in. We don't file assault charges, we just answer them. Though even that has become rare. The house is elevated. Blue Bloods and Russ and all the rest of the rabble, we're beyond their reach now. And when it comes to our peers, we communicate very differently. Must make being a bodyguard pretty boring. I think your work sounds very rewarding and exciting, Sosuke. Thank you. Especially the other day, when you were captured and beaten by your rivals. Yes. What I was trying to hint at, Morgan, is that you should not be expecting assistance from the house. Honestly, the thought hadn't crossed my mind. Being on the winning side for once? What the hell would that even feel like? So there won't be any men in black approaching the jury during lunch and offering them paper bags of cash. No. Well, if we do really bad, we won't even make it to lunch, so... Sosuke, what are you staring at? Are you looking for the jury? No, I know they aren't here. It used to be mandated that juries be physically present for court proceedings. People felt it was important that they look the accused in the eye. To help them evaluate their character, Why bother? Most people suck at that. Always have. It was to remind them that the suspect is human, right? Or are they not going to talk about that, perhaps? True. Perhaps it was considered part of the punishment then. To have to look them in the eyes. A punishment for the jury or the defendant? Alright, kiddos. Chins up, shoulders out. And that's the mark for a save. Alright. Yeah, this one. God, it's been so while since we had a save. That some of the earliest ones are back here where we first met Sarah. We're going to lose it because there's limited save files. Ah, well. Can always replay if I want to. I guess chins up, shoulders out. Show's about to start. And it's going to be our favorite judge, isn't it? Ah, I just remembered. Do you think the adjutant assigned to this particular case? Obviously, it's going to be me. Obviously. I mean, that's a gimme. Easy. How? It's 80. What are the chances? Yes. Great. Thanks for the Wilhelm. Alrighty. No blood type because she is an ad. Unmade dependent. Working as an adjutant. Likes mountain air, gymnasts, and luxury. Wait, gymnasts? Not being a gymnast? Or, dislikes happy couples who ask you to take their photo. I mean, honestly, does anyone really like that? Neutral, perhaps, but like? Ugh. Pineapple. On pizza until proven guilty. That's a fun way to phrase it. Shopping carts always returned. Favorite quote, let he who is without sin play first or draw first. I was worried he was going to go into the cast first stone thing. This is slightly less threatening. It's 80. What are the chances? There should have be at least 83 other personalities in the building's network. At least! Well, Your Honor, thank you for presiding so honorably. I do try. Because it's a trial. Tougher crowd than usual. And that's not counting all the grim monoliths standing tall out there in the gallery. Who died? 5 people, Your Honor. Yikes! What's the damage? 2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of homicide in the 2nd degree, and 1 count of homicide in the 1st degree. Buddy, you trying to set a gold split with all that? What's with the record-setting grind set? The prosecution stands ready. So, shall we begin? Ever the professional. Oh, this is new. Oh, I love that little transition sequence. The faux loading, and then the spread of the cards. Now, let's crack open these opening statements and get this case summarized. Gladly, Your Honor. People of the court. The defendant in this case is a man named Sosuke Ikaria. He was found at the scene of the crime where 2 men were shot to death. One was stabbed in the neck, another had their skull bashed in, and a police officer was impaled through the back with a sword. Carpilling piece of shit. Please pardon any outbursts from the gallery that your mics may inadvertently pick up. Now, I understand that the scale of violence on display here today may intimidate you, but I want to stress that all of you now that your responsibility here today is neither taxing nor complex. You will hear testimony, you will be shown evidence, and all of it will point towards the truth, that the defendant is the only individual who could have possibly committed these crimes. Actually, the defense attorney, but no one has to know that. That is a simple fact. The only one you need to concern yourself with. Ooh, she's as cold as ice. But every ice age beckons a kindling. For as ashes call to cinders and embers form champions, Defense is ready, Your Honor. And I did stick to cold logic, so if I follow her with more of the same, it'll end up falling flat. This gallery will never warm up to us. But that can work to our advantage if the jury comes to see these cops as witch hunters eager to start a pyre. Choose the most outlandish words you can. Go for broke. Okay. Very different than the first trial. We use a lot of language there. Those of the highbrow sort. It's not like masters never taught me anything. I know how to do the razzle-dazzle. My fellow citizens, you were brought here today because an act of violence took place that could only be described as... Let me double check. Said go like full hog, right? Choose the most outlandish words you can. Can only be described as, I guess, wild? Yeah, because going full emotional, wild is not something you use to describe someone. If he acts calm and reasonable, that differs. Wild. I should know. I was there. I saw the blood on the ground, the bullet holes in the walls, felt the... I mean, unspeakable is outlandish, considering we're about to describe it. I'm trying to think of how it's supposed to, like, come out later. Oh shit, I forgot what the sentence was. So, blood on the ground, the bullet holes in the walls, felt the horror. Felt the horror that radiated in the air. And I also saw where my client was held prisoner. And I knew exactly where he must have stood, because his sweat and blood had stained the tile. My client, a decorated veteran, the man you see standing next to me here, not even fully healed from his torture. From his torture, was taken into police custody with lacerations, bruises, internal bleeding, broken bones, and while he was in police custody, he somehow sustained a black eye, a busted lip, a broken nose, and a boxed ear. A puzzle which I'm sure any one of the officers in the gallery today would be happy to testify about. You gonna let her say that? You want me to object during an opening statement? Much is resting on the outcome of this trial. 5 men lie dead in the morgue. One of them, a police officer, Tariq. Don't speak his name, you mob lawyer bitch! Hang him up! Hang her too. This is... Hey, we all like to have fun in this courtroom, put on a good show. But that's because we're on the stage. Any more outbursts from the gallery, and I'll clear the entire room. You can all watch the rest on your phones or peek through the keyhole like a bunch of sweaty-looking loos. Counselor, let's wrap this up. Yes, Your Honor. Fact of the matter is, on that night, my client was not in any condition to kill anyone. Not 4 hardened criminals, and certainly not a trained police officer. Nothing about my client's background, his associations, or that of the victims can change that fact. So, as you listen to all the evidence in this trial, with fairness and impartiality, as I know you will strive to, I only ask that you focus on the reality of this horrible crime, and not on the fiction that the people will try to weave for you. Thank you. Decorated veteran. You're telling me you never earned a single commendation? Most push-ups of the day or something? Never mind. I suppose it could have gone much worse. You're too kind. I was trying to be honest. The crowd got agitated, but you maintained a level head and recovered your tempo. Adonai is a master at doing so. I've seen her make comebacks from the most nonsensical mistakes before. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Sarah. In martial arts, they call it an ukemi, a graceful fall. That is basically correct. So here's one question about that previous segment. Because we only got chips on the third option, which was also the last option. Is it possible to have gotten chips if we'd chosen the correct answer for all three? Or was it like a best 2 out of 3 scenario, where we get rewarded if we get majority of them correct? Let's see, a wounded soldier who receives facial reconstruction surgery is that a redecorated veteran? I mean, actually, technically, even if he hasn't won any awards, I would say a tattoo is a decoration of the skin. So that is a decorated veteran. If he got the tattoo lasered off because he's like, oh god, I realized that's a Nazi tattoo, and then covered up with something else, that's a redecorated veteran as well. God, to think there's some people who don't go, man, I could just laser off this tattoo, that was a huge fucking mistake. And then they still go into political office. Call back to one fucking Democrat, I think it was, with a Nazi tattoo. Well, try not to gracefully fall over when you see the first witness on the docket, Susuke. What do you mean by that? Ooh. Your name and occupation, for the record. How can that be necessary? Oh. This fucking kid. Do I believe they're going to try their best to help? Yes. Considering they mistook our last name as criminal defense, because we introduced ourselves as last name and job title, it does not bode well. The sassy lost child, indeed. Also, why are you reading a book on this? I know that you're hologrammed in, but at least look like you're present, Makoto. Fucking... Is I'm blathering it in that courtroom doesn't already know who I am. They don't deserve... I know. But would you consider it, if only for the sake of ceremony? Ceremony. It is important and should be respected. Very well. I am Makoto Ikaria of House Ikaria. My occupation is that of a student. Try not to look so smug about it when you blatantly lie. Right, of course, in your position with the Ikaria Financial Group. Is not salaried. Must I really declare it here? Hard to imagine why the noble house of Ikaria is getting audited. Sosuke, are you alright? Can he see us? He can see me, Rockford the adjutant. Witnesses teletestifying don't really need much else. So he's safe? Yes, Sosuke, he's safe, like he was yesterday. Probably sitting right where I left him, or standing on a box. I think the hologram's given him a boost so he can see over the sand. That's good. The boost to his... Sarah, come on. Read the room. That he's safe at home. I'm sorry that he can't see you, Sosuke. Don't be. After how horribly I failed him, I'd like to speak a bit about the events of August 13th. About the last time you saw the defendant, Sosuke Ikaria. I'm here today, not physically, but here nonetheless as a courtesy. It does not mean I will flap my gums like some sort of flapping gum puppet. Permission to treat the witnesses hostile. Incoming. Emma Rockford raking a spoiled brat over the coals. This'll almost be worth the price of admission alone. I mean, you're getting paid to be here. You're being paid to watch this, actually. Hell yeah. I understand. If it was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. Anyone of normal upbringing would barely be able to recall a single detail, let alone the day's full events. Normal upbringing? I should probably dismiss you so you can get back to your summer studies. Summer studies? Like some common waif? Wait, that's quite the vocab pool. I didn't know they taught that in State Basic. Basic. What, was I mistaken? Listen well, Madam Rockford, as I demonstrate to you exactly how misguided you are about my powers of retention. Please do. Played like a damn fiddle. No, more like a kazoo. Why wasn't she mentioned during any of our trial preparations? Emma? Oh yeah, why are we only just now getting Emma's thing? Likes art museums, amethysts, and turn-based RPGs. Same! Dislikes ballrooms, boardrooms, or cliques. Favorite quote, flower in the mirror, moon on the water. I don't... Anyway, favorite subject is psychology. Exercises by subject seem not to hear the question. Where are we pulling these little things from? Is this just background information we picked up over the many, many losses against Emma Rockford? Oh, that's a kazoo noise. That makes more sense, Brango. Thank you. Adonai has only won against her once. So far. Every hot streak starts somewhere. Hot streak. I really am going to prison, aren't I? Where shall I start? As far back as you can. A simple task. For the past year, members of the organization most commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia have been making attempts on my life. What I think it was, I thought that was just a sound of, like, exclamation at the fucking playing them so easily bit. Not specifically a kazoo. Did you steal their lunch money or something? I am the primary beneficiary of my grandfather, Daisuke Ikaria's will. Oh, wait, that's who Sassy Child, Lost Child reminds you of. Walkie-talkie from Apollo Justice. And it's very likely that they are referencing that. They pull a lot from several games. I know Danganronpa, Ace Attorney series. The last one I'm blanking on, but I know the streamer who I found this game through is also playing it. It's some mystery game. It's big, apparently. Why would you exclaim? Yes, Demily. Let's see, why exclaim Bui? I mean, it's definitely not the sound of the police. Everyone knows that's bleep, bleep. I'm the primary beneficiary of my grandfather, Daisuke Ikaria's will. In common parlance, I am the sole heir to the Ikaria Financial Group. You could buy so much lunch. The group you know as the Blue Bloods have been jealous of my family's financial foresight for decades. I am merely the most recent target of their impotent attempts to nip at our heels. And 2 days ago, on August 13th, how impotent was their attempt then? I was leaving a meeting held on the upper floors of Crane Tower. My security detail escorted me to the elevators, where we then proceed down to their canopy access floors. This was all planned out in advance by my head of security, Sosuke Ikaria. But the elevator became stuck with unnatural timing. When Sosuke pried the doors open, we saw that we were stuck between the 62nd floor and 61st floors. Pried open? With a tool? Leading the witness, Your Honor. He didn't need a tool to open the doors. His bare hands were more than sufficient. Walkie-talkie being the heir to a crime family and a pretty useless, scatterbrained, overly proud witness. And primary suspect, of course. Help Sosuke out here, kid. Yes, Makoto, stop helping. We submit into evidence the defendant's Akita Type 2 military-grade spinal mod, designed to enhance strength, endurance, and reflexes for high-intensity combat scenarios. Yes, sir, it is so admitted. What happened next? The decision was made that we would crawl out onto the 61st floor and head for the service elevators. But once Sosuke and I exited, the elevator started up. It was a trap. We had been cut off from the rest of my detail. You were isolated and defenseless. That must have been hardly defenses. You really think my personal head of security wouldn't be armed? He had Yoru. Oh, don't tell me. You named your sword. All great swords have names. Yes, stop helping. Thank you, Sarah. Very well put. Let the records show that the witness has identified Exhibit B3 as belonging to the defendant. This sword was recovered by the police in a known blue blood den in the lower wards, found impaled into the body of Tariq Chopin. And forensics has shown that the only fingerprints on it are those of the defendant. There's still time for you to disown it, Sosuke. You understand nothing about a swordsman's heart, Adonai. Once again, it is your paralegal that has the right of it. Perhaps she should be leading my defense. Legally, she can't. She is legally considered an ad. And if she was not, she would illegally be incinerated. If this somehow turns into a fencing competition, I'll gladly defer to you two. So you, Sosuke, and Yoru were on the 61st floor together. What happened next? God, Makoto's so dumb not to have seen this. Like, she stops the questioning to say, hey, we're submitting this evidence. When we arrived at the service elevators, Sosuke called them, and then they made a chime. And I didn't clearly see much of what happened next, to tell the truth. Figures emerged from around the corners. They were aiming weapons at me. A red dot shone on my chest, and then Sosuke was there, and a needle was sticking out of his arm. Yoru glinted. Sosuke had drawn it in the blink of an eye. Something glanced off it and dropped to the floor. I saw a syringe at my feet. Yoru's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushed me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. That's clearly a key piece of testimony. Let's play it back 5 times. What matters is he pushed me back into the elevator with Yoru's sheath. How I landed is irrelevant and should be stricken from all public records. The only other thing I saw was Sosuke's back. He slammed his hand against the elevator's control panel, and then the doors shut. That's the last time you saw the defendant. The decision was made that I should get on a VTOL as soon as possible, but much of my details stayed behind to assess what had happened. Yes, they were very helpful to building security in recovering Exhibit 5C, this hypodermic needle gun. What kind of bonehead would leave evidence like that behind? A bonehead in a rush, perhaps, Your Honor. It does appear to have exhausted its gas canister, so it may have outlived its usefulness. I take it that this weapon is a match for the projectile needles found in the room where my client was restrained. Correct. Others exactly like them were recovered from the scene of the ambush as well. Makoto, did you see the faces of the men who attacked you? Ha! All too clearly. I can tell you every detail of their roughshod countenances. Ah, that sounds a good bit of testimony. Hit it! Okay. Needles. Yoru. That's it? Wait, but I need to look at the pineapple head-like man, raincoat clad helmet first. Wait, shit, what was it? I forgot what 2 things were. Aimed at me, but Sosuke got between us, blocked every shot. With Yoru, he could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right. And a man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that distraction. I'll never forget the faces of those cowards. They tried to kill me. So whatever happened to them afterwards, I'm sure they deserved it. Who's putting his talents for hyperbole on full display? I'll have to fact-check his description in order to get the ball rolling. I don't look man, right American. No. Me, but Sosuke got between us, blocked every shot. One second, I'm not sure if this is it. Shit. Timed out. These are going to build up. Sugar replace brain, yep. We have the needles, we have Yoru. I don't know what we're trying to call, though. Black man, rank up. Nope. He's so cute. Between us, blocked every shot. I don't know. No. Okay, nope. Nope, that's another... Oh boy, penalty. Makoto's misunderstanding about the nature of the attack. Okay, now we know. Misunderstanding about the nature of the attack. So it has to do with the needles. I chose the wrong place. Reset? I don't believe in that. You find a way to show it. Okay, so it has to do with the needles. It's misunderstanding the nature of the attack. There it is. Okay. Good lord. They couldn't have been trying to kill the witness. Not with non-lethal projectiles. They fired a lot of them. The witness doesn't weigh that much. Don't try it. This attack was clearly planned with the intent of capturing Makoto alive. Meaning what? That 4 of this case's victims were actually soft-hearted pacifists. There's nothing soft-hearted about what they did to my client after capturing him. Using tools they clearly originally planned to use on the witness. So they're sadists? I'm getting confused here. So is it offense, Your Honor? What matters is that the witness has identified the defendant's captors as the 4 Blue Blood victims that he is accused of murdering. Okay, Makoto did establish that much, but something about this attack still bothers me. Emma put Makoto on the stand specifically to identify the victims. Is it possible that the men who attacked them weren't Creek's pod? No, they were Creek's pod. I don't disagree, Your Honor. The men who attacked Makoto and took Sosuke captive are the same ones who ended up dead that night. But 2 questions do occur to me. Why were you safe on that surface elevator if Sosuke surely collapsed the very moment it shut? Wouldn't these men have pursued you by any means necessary? That is... I can answer that, Your Honor. When the police inspected the scene, they found that the control panel for calling the elevator on the 61st floor was broken. Smashed, in fact. The attackers would have had to manually pry open the doors to even attempt to chase after Makoto. And that would take remarkable, modded strength. Did you mash the button that forcefully, Sosuke? I may have used more force than necessary. I wasn't exactly trying to hold myself back at the time. He hit the controls hard enough to break them? So the Blue Bloods couldn't pursue you further, and instead elected to take Sosuke captive. A Sosuke in the hand is better than a Makoto in the bush. The head of Makoto's security would surely have made for an invaluable source of information for planning future attacks. Were he made to talk? Are you denying that? No, but I would like to ask the witness one other question. Why did you get off the elevator in the first place? What are you? Hey, but I mentioned the lobby earlier. That's... The mics might not be picking up on it for you, but from where I'm standing, I can't help but overhear my client groaning about how badly he failed you. That's not evidence or testimony, and so should be stricken from the record. But we get the idea. So was bailing out early the defendant's big brain idea? As head of my personal security detail, such a decision is ultimately his to make. However, that decision may have been influenced by his knowledge of the fact that I am not especially comfortable in enclosed spaces. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to humiliate him? In part. I'm also trying to insult you. Had we simply waited, we would have remained safe, but I was not comfortable and felt very warm. So it was not tactical failure on Sosuke's part per se, just an error of judgment. Counselor Morgan. What's up? You can disconnect the call if... Ask me another question. Ask me about how bravely Sosuke defended me. Oh, so that's your angle. We can't all be as naturally gifted at extracting valuable testimony out of spoiled brats as Emma. But I can follow her example, insult their pride, and these Ikaria snap back, as reliable as any knee-jerk reaction. And in Makoto's case, with an infinitely less resistance than if I'd simply asked him to testify. It's usually the lawyers who do the asking, the witnesses who do the answering. This is not very realistic. We ask that the witness testify for the court in more detail about exactly how valiantly Sosuke fought off the attackers. And I guess the people don't object, even though it seems super extra. No, the people don't object, Your Honor. I was playing passively. Either I'm onto something here, or I'm walking into a trap. Screw it. All in on the former. Okay, needle guns. I gotta do another more case of this. Okay. Needle guns, Sosuke's medical record. No, I need to... Okay, right here. No, just... No, how do I... No, come on. Evidence. Needle gun. We're good at Sosuke. Yeah, fingerprints. Match Creek. Where's medical records? So it might be pulling this because we're trying to describe how protective, how good he was at defending them. Injuries noted at time, blood from various sources. No, numerous bones, left hand. Broken as if impacting a hard surface. Okay, so there's that. Slight laceration found on left hand. Wait, that's... Yeah, both those left hand. Internal bleeding throughout skull. Torso and skull, probably not. That's the torture. There's something to your front, probably not. Rubber spoon found on the crown of the skull, back of the head, no. Okay, needle gun is Creek's. Medical record, broken hand, possibly. And the needles. Okay. Let's not do this the second time. Projectile hypodermic needles recovered from Sonane. Counts with the non-lethal anesthetics. Found Sosuke. Identical recovered from... Yeah. So it's not needles, because this is specifically referring to the ones at the crime scene, I think. Okay. This is probably medical records. And number from the beginning, protect me the whole time. It didn't matter that we were ambushed or that the Blue Bloods had projectiles. Sosuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted their needles out of the air like a graceful swatter. He fought off 4 attackers and without sustaining a single... Up! There it is. Please tell me I got it the first... Yes, I got it the first time! Whew. That'll help make up for the 3 mistakes I did. Unscathed is the last thing anyone would call my client after the events of that day. One look at his medical data from when he was arrested will tell you that much. What are you getting at, counselor? The defendant's injuries were sustained at the Blue Blood's den, not at Crane Tower. The police didn't find even 1 drop of blood anywhere near that service elevator. Well, that is a miracle. A bloodless ambush. But the fact that no blood was found makes it all the more painfully obvious what actually happened to that elevator panel. The elevator panel? Ugh. My client broke half the bones in his left hand, smashing it up. Did you really? I might have. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time. Did you not form a proper fist? Was your wrist not in alignment with your forearm? As I said, Sarah, there was a lot of adrenaline. Do you deny that his medical record clearly shows his left hand was broken? Your Honor, what does that matter that the defendant broke his left hand closing that elevator? It changes nothing about the witness's testimony. Contradicted. No injuries. Of course it does. How so? What? Nope. No, that wasn't it. Damn it. Okay. Well, maybe true that this wrinkle doesn't change witness's testimony. It does change the nature of the evidence you had him identify for the court. The katana. Yoru. His name... Shit, sir, come on. We get it. Okay. What's this new thing? Testimony from Makoto about he and Sosuke were ambushed. Said that Sosuke defended by wielding katana Yoru with both hands. Claims Sosuke pushed him into the elevator with the sheath before violently mashing the panel with his left hand. Wait, was there something else that I haven't read yet? Oh, the sword, that's right. And, seals chipped at several points, especially the tip. Identified Makoto as Yoru. Fingerprints match. Blood residue at various points matches them. Nope, not important for this. Okay. We get it. Did you have a point to make, Counselor? There's something odd about the katana that's been entered into evidence. Something that makes no sense given what we've learned about the outcome of this ambush. Namely, the swords. Chipping? The sword's been chipped. How could that be the case when Sosuke's a master swordsman? I wouldn't go that far. Also, master swordsman isn't a real rank. How are swordsmen ranked, then? Well, there's the strongest swordsman in the world, and then everyone else who's ever picked up a sword loses to them. Zero diff. Apologies, Your Honor, for enabling your outburst. Okay, so it wasn't that. Meant to direct the court's attention to was the fingerprints that were found on the sword's handle. Fingerprints belonged to Sosuke's right hand. You're contradicting yourself, Counselor. You've already discussed how it was your client's left hand that he broke closing off the elevator. Nothing contradictory about him using his right arm to wield the blade. It can be like this because Sosuke has two hands. Not the right context for that reference, but okay. The people are correct. Sword found at the scene of the crime has my client's right hand fingerprints on its handle. Despite the fact that this witness just testified that Sosuke was swinging it with both hands. Like a graceful swatter, specifically. Oh, yeah, he did say that. So the little tyke misremember. It was a chaotic situation where he feared for his life. The court should hardly expect him to have kept track of such an inconsequential detail. Have you already forgotten my magnanimous powers of recollection? Your tactics from earlier backfired. I'll have you know, I can recite all my subordinates' birthdays down to the hour. Write them all down so I can calculate their moon signs later. It doesn't matter whether the witness is mistaken about Sosuke's grip, Your Honor, because we have a much bigger issue to address. Why this sword has only my client's fingerprints on it. Ooh. Yeah, because if it got picked up by these people, brought with them, why aren't their prints? Makoto testifies that Sosuke wielded his katana in his defense, an act of bravery that ended with my client face down on the elevator of Crane Tower. He later woke up held captive in the lower wards. I'll state the obvious here and say, while he was unconscious, he was moved. So the sword we have in the record must have been handled by... Okay, we need to up this as much as we can. No. Nope. Okay, so this is an easy one. Creek. Our poor victim, Creek, of course. What do you mean? Sosuke was knocked unconscious at Crane Tower. That means someone else must have brought his sword down to the lower wards. And the only people who had the opportunity to do so would have been his captors. I mean his victims. Withdrawn. Wait, what? Terror response to objections. Is she withdrawing her own thing about victim? I'm not sure. Whatever. The defense is forgetting a fairly simple fact, Your Honor. There's more than one way to hold a sword. Oh, worm. In case the defense needs it clarified, Creek could have simply held the sword by its scabbard. No? Wait a second. No, Makoto, not there. Wait. Shoved in with the scabbard? Or, god dang it, doesn't say. One sec, where's the sword? No. I think it would have said something about the scabbard. That's not possible, Your Honor. Makoto's already testified that Sosuke left the sword scabbard with him when he thrust him back into the elevator. Yep, send my arm, push me back in the elevator. I see. Since a cursed sword can't be resheathed until it's... What? Yes, Your Honor, very well said. We would have found the scabbard at the Blue Blood's den if Krieger's men had taken it with them. Instead, I imagine Makoto took it home. You think he took key evidence from his own assault, kept it from the police? Of course I did! As if I would trust officers of the law to properly handle a family heirloom as precious as Yoru's sheath. Yeah, we know they're a One Piece fan. That's fair. Impressive insight, Adonai. But what does this actually mean? Is there some mistake with how the evidence was handled? There's no mistakes here. This is all done with intention. The intention to frame my client. Yes, Makoto, thank you for your mouth running to help us for once. By putting his fingerprints onto that sword after the real culprit had already handled it. What a load of bullshit. And the crowd goes wild, though it does make a certain kind of sense. Because it's the truth. I did wipe that katana's handle down after removing it from Trey's throat. Sosuke just happened to be foolish enough to pick it up himself afterwards. It's frustrating. Having to keep all my best cards up my sleeve this time around. But the look on Emma's face when I do get to toss them out is... Ooh. The people are more than ready to counter, if it pleases the court. Oh. This music is new. That's not a good sign. Also doesn't help that it's really nice music, actually. Anyway. Defense has made an admirable effort to barrel ahead with this theory. Admirable, but predictable. With the foundation this weak, charging ahead and hoping the court won't notice is the only option. Let us speak of the facts. This Creek character led a targeted ambush on the heir to House Ikaria, knowing he'd be guarded by a full security team. The Blue Bloods successfully sabotaged and intercepted Makoto's elevator at the precise floor they wanted, meaning they knew exactly where he'd be and when. And they brought with them drugs capable of disabling a veteran with military-grade mods. Planning and attention to detail may be foreign concepts to the defense, but they should at least be able to recognize them. So was the defense seriously suggesting, after all of that preparation, Creek's pod wouldn't bother to wear gloves? I'm glad you asked so nicely. The gun. Creek's fingerprints KO'd Sosuke. Let's make sure. Nope. Oh wait, almost forgot. We don't need to speculate about whether they wore gloves or not. Not only have Creek's fingerprints on a weapon recovered from the crime scene. That is a pretty good point, actually. Guess these guys were sloppier than we thought. Those blackguards were barefaced when they attacked us. Idiots. As if there wouldn't be repercussions for their actions. The least they could have done was disguise themselves. Strike that from the record, Your Honor. Along with any future comments that suggest the Ikaria would want revenge against these victims. I was only speaking a plain truth. Creek was their leader, correct? If even Creek wasn't wearing gloves, it's hard to imagine that none of them got their prints onto Yoru. Unless the sword was, indeed, wiped down at some point afterwards. Like, right around the time the true culprit was looking for Sosuke to take the fall. It's a spicy theory. It's just that, Your Honor, a theory. A game! No! Far-fetched, unstable theory that stacks presuppositions upon each other, like a flapjack chef substituting quantity for quality. You know what? I'm going to count that as a win. In this dystopian cyberpunk future, there are still line cooks that make flapjacks, in quantity to make up for lack of quality. Damn, if that isn't American as fuck. I'll rephrase. This inconsistency is easily answered without jumping through the defense's absurdly arranged hoops. That's a little better. We already know that the Blue Bloods had successfully taken down the Ikaria's head of security. We already know that they went out of their way to take the defendant captive despite him not being their original target. Furthermore, as the defense has belabored, we know that they decided to take a useless piece of steel with them from the scene of their crime. Useless? If we ask why, the answer is obvious. Because orcas are superstitious and immature. They wanted a trophy. And what is there to do with a trophy? Other than polish it. Cloth on Creek's desk. Knew she flagged in the arcs for some reason, but she thought this many steps ahead. The defense is correct. The sword was wiped down before Sosuke took it up as his murder weapon. By the very same victims he'd go on to claim with it. That is a completely illogical explanation. Damn it. How do we respond to that, Adonai? We check. Wait for a more defendable position. We don't. I can't. It makes perfect sense. So, does that mean that she's described what actually happened? Not at all. I wiped off the sword myself because my prints were on it. Same as I wiped my prints off every other... Right. If I can't find fault with Emma's conclusion, I need to find fault with the logic that led her there. I see. And how do you do that? By adjusting my aim. As the people say, Your Honor, no one's fingerprints, but my clients are on the murder weapon. That only makes sense if he's guilty or being framed. And there's no evidence to suggest that he's been framed, because his captors have valid reasons for wiping off the sword. That's true. They did have a good reason to wipe off the sword. But that's not the murder weapon I'm referring to. So it can't be the needle gun. We're trying to throw a flaw in the argument that of course it's only his, because it was wiped clean and then he used it again. Only Prince or Sosuke's. Okay, yes, that's it. Took me a second to get there. It is between that or the partials. Where do I... Ah, yes, I do put it there. This gun is the murder weapon I'm referring to. What? The police are confident that this Mag US is the gun that was used to kill Tanks and Creek. And your client was arrested with it on his person, and has your client's prints on it. But it was owned by Tanks. The record shows that Sosuke's are the only fingerprints on that doohickey. So that means this Tanks guy had never laid a finger on his own gun? It's it's entirely possible that Tank simply liked to polish his gun too. Phrasing, indeed. So he was polishing it right up until the moment his captor grabbed it and used it against him. Or 80. Cool it. Was it before or after his internal bleeding that my client took the gun off Tank's without him even laying a finger on it first? Before or after being tortured that he got the gun with no struggle? They could have wrestled over the gun while it was out of reach. Hanks had no injuries besides the hole in his chest. How to get into a struggle and not get so much as a scratch? The likelihood of that scenario would seem to come down to the order in which each individual died, no? That is fair. Yes, Your Honor. Then perhaps we ought to hear some more detailed testimony about that. Of course. The defense has no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. We don't object. Hold on. What are you saying? Okie dokie then. Closing connection. I said, wait. Is Sosuke... Makoto seemed to be in good spirits, wouldn't you say? Yeah, he was his usual irreproachable self. So how can you find something about that to be depressed over? I'm ashamed that he testified at all. His appearance here runs the risk of sullying the house's visage with my mistakes. Well, he couldn't exactly slip the subpoena by claiming he had homework to do. You of all people should understand that the house doesn't have to appear in court if it truly doesn't want to. A fine levied on your accounts is always preferable to a smudge staining your reputation. But he did testify. Yes, and he no doubt went directly against one or more family elders to do so. He should not be incurring debts for my sake. So he put himself at a disadvantage for you. Do you think Makoto would want you to apologize? Or do you think he'd want you to thank him? He's young. He doesn't know what he wants yet. Alrighty. Went a little long for the first half, but this is probably going to be the best point to, 1, get another save, and 2, take a break. Yeah, that's the right one. Save there, go to the BRB screen, and get... Sorry. Welcome back, wonderful viewers. As we return from break, to see the next witness, Yumi Sato, medical examiner. And before we get into this, let's review. I know there's something... I think there's something about the state of bodies and possible it hasn't popped up yet. I'm double checking. Okay, that's all of it. Okay. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Yumi. Sarah. Dr. Sato, we're very grateful for your work sorting through the large number of reports related to this case. Yeah, 5 bodies, all high priority. Had my head underwater for a good while there. We'd prefer not to tax you with repeating every grisly detail. But if you could you please walk the court through the time of death for each victim and the manner in which they were determined? Right. From the top, Pinkerton, aka Tanks, had a mishmash of street-legal and chop-shop mods along his forearms. None of them were particularly up to date, but they were all working, and they did monitor his heart rate. Tanks' heart stopped at 9:44 p.m. The cause of death was gunshot to the chest. The slug had a hollow design, intended to shatter inside the target. There's no mistaking that he was killed by his own gun, the Mag-US, from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Next is Sungmin Trey Trench. He also had relatively low-end mods installed, and they show his heart stopping at 9:45 p.m. He died from exsanguination, blood loss resulting from a laceration across his neck by a sharp metal blade. That wasn't the only injury his body sustained, though, was it? No, it was not. Posthumously, his skull was... Heavens, Miller smiles, received a puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. The blade was withdrawn, exacerbating blood loss, and he was likely unconscious within seconds of falling to the ground. Miller had mods, but had evidently gone to great lengths to remove all monitoring tech from them, and he was not found with any electronics on his person. Using purely medical means, I narrowed his time of death down to a window of 10 minutes between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. Even though I killed him third, he was the second to die. That brings us to Creek. Yes, like tanks, Lakers Creek, Christoph was shot once with a hollow slug from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. However, the slug penetrated just beneath their solar plexus and failed to completely shatter when it impacted a low-end spinal brace mod. As a result, Creek didn't die immediately. It's my medical opinion that Creek would have slowly bled out over the course of about 5 minutes. Their mod did not have biomonitoring capabilities. So, like with Miller, I've done what I can to narrow down the time of death to a 10-minute window between 9:40 and 9:50. So he was barely modded? And he stayed conscious that whole time anyway. But we do have one other context clue to work with, and for that we're going to look at all the evidence. So Creek. And actually I'm going to note these down so I don't get the times misremembered. Scrap piece of paper, pen, there we go. So, Creek, I believe, was one of the 10-minute windows. Shot. The distance is only could be important. Three with but no signs of the disease seem to exist at this time. Most likely subject recovered due to natural robustness. Okay. Right, but the time is not in here. That's unfortunate. So glad I checked it right now. It's probably going to be like that for all of them, so I'm going to bring up the log. So, yep. So Creek was 4250. Okay, here it is. Miller. And that's the same. Okay. Tank, and I believe Trey was the last one. And one was 44, one was 45. I already did Miller. 945. Okay. 944. Okay. But we'll read through the other autopsy things just in case there's something important. Miller. Single tab wound to the carotid. 13 centimeters. Suggests they attempted to staunch their bleeding or possibly remove the weapon. No other injuries. Self-defense were activated shortly prior to death, combined with location stab wound. Subject most likely faced their attacker and attempted to fight back, which, this being Miller, suggests that they were not the first kill, considering we don't have a definitive time of death, which is true. Let's see, Trey, laceration neck. Oh, this one does have a timestamp, even though it didn't give the frame for the other two. Gotcha. Posthumous. And tank. Real slug. Okay, that's it for tank? Okay. Fair enough. So we do have one other context clue to work with. This datapad was found very close to Creek's body, and technicians confirmed that it requires Creek's fingerprints for most functions. That means it's unlikely that anyone else would have been able to manipulate it. We found that the last action taken on it was an attempted dark card transaction that failed 9:44 p.m. Okay. Dark C 9:44. So the way we know it, Creek was definitely last because we were there. Tank was. I want to bring up their profiles again. We'll look at Sato in a second. Yeah, Trey is that one. Trey was third, that's right. They didn't have weapon, Miller did. So the takedown was that. No, Creek survived long, so we chatted with him. Chat went down quick. Miller effectively signed their own death warrant because they took the knife out, and then we cut down Trey easily. Okay. And then Sato, our old friend from Chapter 1. Medical examiner, likes brushed metal, grilled fish, and cardamom, which... That's not the first spice we've gotten for characters in this chapter. Interesting. Dislikes frame interpolation, split ends, and surveys. Splurges on live show tickets. Favorite color is is this specific green. Coat, very easy to sand. Yeah, classic, I get it. We've found that the last section... Oh, right, we read that one. What could cause a dark card transaction to fail? Either they hit cancel or the card itself was jostled, interrupting the scan. As if the datapad was suddenly dropped. Speculation. How much qualification does one need to understand that card readers can be finicky, Your Honor? True enough. Chip, swipe, pin, tap. Just let me buy the damn balloon animal, you clown. So, take that digital evidence into account. Creek must have been shot almost at the exact same time as Tanks. Aha, she figured that out. Thank you. There's one more body you examined for this case, yes? The one we know nothing about. Officer Tariq Chopin. I didn't need to determine his time of death. As a patrol officer, he had standard suite of police-issued biomarkers. So we know that Officer Chopin's heart stopped at 10:14 and 4 seconds. Okay, so that's after the last potential one that she gave us, being Creek and Miller at ending 9:50 at the latest. Is minimum amount of time between their deaths and the officer getting there 24 minutes. Probably slightly less due to whatever seconds on the other 4 times of death. Cardamom? Weird how many whatever foods they're giving. I mean, sometimes you gotta card them all. I mean, nowadays, they can be so young. Can't assume just because they got 2 kids, they're old enough to smoke and drink, you know? But yeah. 10:14. Plenty of time for something to have happened. Automatic 1099 alert. Lighting up that crime scene like a firecracker and ensuring every cop in the city would come running, royally pissed, and safety's off. Chopin was impaled through his back by a long, thin blade. It severed his aorta, and as a result, he died instantly. To summarize then, we can conclude that Tank's gun was taken from him before 9:44 p.m. He and Creek were then shot with it. Their attacker, out of ammunition, took up a sword and stabbed Miller in the throat, before slicing into Trey's neck. This individual then proceeded to posthumously crush Trey's skull by striking it so hard that they shattered a baseball bat, as Creek bled to death on the other side of the room. Finally, when Officer Chopin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back, before finally being apprehended by Officer Rogers. That's all correct as far as we understand it. So now, Rockford's put together a timeline. It's probably helpful for the jury, putting it all in chronological order. But have we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions? We have. Emma brought her on the stand to establish the culprits. Starting time, right? Yeah, because there's nothing in there about position, and I'm not sure it revealed much methodology. She wanted to establish the starting time of all the murders. Was that pretty obvious from one autopsy? Tanks died first, and his mods confirmed it. Well, yes, but the fact that Tanks and Creek died first, combined with where their shooter stood, tells us in what part of the room the culprit must have started their killing spree. Oh, so it was position then. Correct. Because Creek and Tanks died first and they were both shot from within 1 to 2 meters, I am a fool in fool's shoes, we know that the culprit must have started taking action right by the desk, and not by the door to the holding room. Indeed. So the likelihood that my client broke out from there is not very high at all. Check. Well, actually, here's the thing, though. It's been a while, but I'm pretty sure it was said that the 2 officers responded to gunshots. And it took them, at minimum, 24 minutes to get there. So they weren't responding to the gunshots then. It's like, really, it took you half an hour to get there. If you were close enough to respond, it wouldn't take 24 minutes to figure out which building. And if you were further enough than that, why would he have still been there? With how rapidly they were all killed next to each other. I think that's going to be a point that comes up. Yes. An abundance of DNA evidence establishes the defendant was indeed held in the other room. But clearly, he didn't remain there. His captors must have taken him out to question him in the main room, and dragged him in front of the desk where Tank's gun would be within reach. You're the one who's reaching. Indeed, why would they kill a lawyer for half an hour? Exactly. Like, even if he's drugged, if he was drugged enough to be just standing there half hour later, not, say, passed out, just not responding until the cops come and go, holy shit, what happened here? It's why. You have evidence to the contrary. A better explanation for how he got out of where he was being held. Can't exactly propose that the real killer set him free as a scapegoat. The forensics are clear. My client was gagged and bound in that room. Was. And clearly they had to cut him loose to question him. A mistake that ended up costing them their lives. Do you think that's true, Sosuke? I'm not positive, of course. But my body is telling me that I was held in that room from the time I woke up until I got myself free. Emma's theory about the Blue Bloods being dumb enough to let Sosuke near a gun isn't perfect. But it's still a theory. I don't have jack shit to counter with because not even Sosuke knows how I let him out. If the defense has no objections, then they'll just have to take the cell and immediately move on to their cross-examination. Adonai, that made you sound very feeble. You've developed a habit of only using we when I'm winning. Fix it. That made us sound very feeble. Why do I have to get roped in? Emma's already established a timeline and order of events. I can pick at the details, which is close enough to the truth already. I know the truth, firsthand, about every death except Chopin. In his case, Emma and I are on even footing. So what's my advantage? What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? The murder weapons because of the knife? Because let's see, God, it is a while back. Let's see if it's scrollable. Take him out to question. Nope, before that. Shot meter. No, I think it has to be murder weapons, because the timing that she gave didn't specify Miller or Trey. which would have potentially helped us. Right, the murder weapons. Everyone thinks Miller was stabbed in the neck by the katana. I'm the only one who knows my knife was there. There gotta be a way I can use that information to my advantage here, without revealing that I have it or how I got it. Walking a razor's edge here. At least it's thematically appropriate. The defense is ready to begin our cross-examination, Your Honor. Okay. Dr. Sato, you were asked to examine all 5 bodies. Did you visit the crime scene? I did not. Have not. Photos and other ARCS data were provided to me to aid my examination. Surely the defense isn't objecting to a little virtual work? Of course not. After all, had anything been added or removed from the crime scene, the ARCS would show it. There's no fooling it once it's been set up. So we have to be careful, because right now we're playing blackjack. So we have to get exactly 21. We'll start with the obvious blade wounds. Victims Trey and Miller were both attacked with a blade. Exactly how fast did they die? Trey had his throat slashed, and blood found on his hands suggests that he had time to reach up to his neck in response. But he would have quickly stumbled back and collapsed onto the floor, dead. Miller wouldn't have lost much blood the moment his neck was punctured. That kind of wound, the weapon acts as a stopper. But once that stopper was removed, he would have lost consciousness in mere seconds. Your Honor, I have included my cross-examination. Appears to be a cross, and so wouldn't want that. Oof. I mean, don't forget about the metal nails stuck in there. And while the blade was still in his neck, if it was there for more than a second, he too would have reflexively reached up, presumably to try and grab the blade. Let's see. Is there proof he grabbed the blade? Let's see. Lost much blood. Okay, I think we press here. It might be a mistake, but I'm going to try it. Is there any evidence that he tried to grab the razor-sharp katana lodged in his neck? He had his own blood on his right hand, but there were no cuts on it. Okay. Because he grabbed the knife's handle, not a sword's edge. So it stands to reason that the blade was withdrawn very quickly. By the time his hands reached up to his neck, it must have been gone. One of many small inconsistencies with this katana theory I can shine a light on. Will that be enough? No. This has plus. We're going to look at the others, because I know last time they gave additional info. 2 individuals suffered gunshot wounds. You found that both matched the MAG US firearm that's been entered into evidence. It did. Shrapnel is by nature unpredictable, but the scale of destruction does make it pretty hard to mistake for anything else. Didn't exactly learn anything new there. Press would be no. And Chopin's cause of death. Could you speak a bit more about the manner of Officer Chopin's death? Well, to reiterate, his body was found with the katana stuck through his back. It punctured his heart, killing him. There was massive blood loss at the scene, at least in part because the wound in question was agitated, I suppose I'd say. Press would be... I think defining agitated is important, so yeah. What do you mean by agitated? Honestly, as though after impalement the blade was moved around inside the wound, as if it had become stuck and someone was struggling to remove it. Let me mention that Sato found this wound odd, but to hear specifically say the blade had become stuck. That's interesting. Oh! This changed. Stabbing Miller's neck so precisely and so fast. That would be quite the feat of swordsmanship. Stating conclusion, Your Honor. Comments withdrawn. quick as a blade. Have you ever seen a stab wound like the one that killed Miller, inflicted by a long blade, and wielded in one hand by a man experiencing heavy blood loss? No, I can't say that I have. Now, whether that maneuver is impressive or improbable, well, I'm a doctor, not a fencer. Sosuke does know nor appear. So pressing... let's try and push it. Did you find that the stab wound on Miller's neck fit the sword that the police recovered? Approximately. That doesn't sound conclusive. The entry wound is slightly smaller than I would expect for such a precise stab. There we go, 21! The sword hand must have barely trembled, but it's within tolerable ranges. Furthermore, DNA on the tip of the sword is a match for Miller. Damn it. Just because I happened to drag it across where blood had dripped. And, of course, there isn't any other implement at the scene that fits the wound better. No, of course there isn't. Thank you, Dr. Sato. I think I can speak for us all when I say I found that very enlightening. Alright. No weapon at the scene of the crime fits better. Dr. Sato, you just testified that Officer Chopin was impaled from behind. Did this occur on the spot where his body was found? Yes, it did. The body shows no sign of being moved. I'm curious then. What was there for the sword to get stuck on? Well, if Chopin was in the center of the room, standing upright, I mean, it wouldn't have gotten caught in the air, right? Bone, perhaps? Surely you examined the wound inside and out. Did you see marks on his ribcage where the blade had caught? No, I didn't. Then it stands to reason the blade didn't get caught on anything inside Mr. Chopin. It got caught on the floor. Pardon? You need to take greater advantage of the arcs, Counselor Morgan. Learn to flip things on their head. Entire rooms, if need be. If you had, you'd see that there's a clear indentation in the floor that lines up perfectly with Mr. Chopin's wound. How did you think the tip of the sword got chipped? You're saying the sword got stuck in the floor? That's what the facts are saying? Do you disagree? Chopin cylinder. Critics posterior death taste. Can we see the arcs? I know we were able to see a simple version in chapter 0. What's the exact wording here? What was the question? We're trying to potentially prove the presence of another weapon. So I think maybe we stay on this, and there'll be another question, but she is asking. Saying the sword got stuck on the floor. This is probably a mistake if I'm wrong. It's a mistake if I go stay and it's wrong anyway. So, re-raise. Couldn't have gotten stuck. Of course that's not possible. He stabbed the back while standing up, so So he would have then collapsed face first onto the floor, bringing the sword with him. Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. Well, yes. If you want to get technical, I suppose if Chopin was impaled and fell face first, it makes perfect sense for the get caught on the floor as he collapsed on top of it. Okay. Brace gonna crawl, go to sleep. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you had fun, and hope you have a good night's sleep. Yeah, I should have called. So we can conclude that after being impaled, Chopin fell over with a sword still in his torso, dragging the sword into the ground. Then his attacker activated the wound by trying to retrieve the sword from his corpse. Does that sound right? But, are you asking me? Oh, she is playing her little gamepad in the back, I guess. Sort of, asking the room, I guess. Well, I believe I can answer. What you're describing makes sense, Dr. Sato, but only up until we consider again the fingerprints on the sword handle. If my client really did impale Tariq Chopin, got his sword stuck doing so, why would he try to retrieve it with only one hand? Because he had to retrieve it with one hand. You yourself already elucidated that the defendant's left hand was broken when he destroyed the elevator panel in Crane Tower. His left hand was too damaged for him to even grip a sword? That doesn't square with this piece of evidence. Okay, here we go. Right hand, right blow from Chopin, Trey Miller. Texan used to shoot him, Creek. Prints on. Oh, yes. Prints from his left hand. It's gotta be that. We need to recoup our losses, so. Shooting Creek's only prints are on the left hand. The Mag US? How could my client's left hand be too damaged to grip his sword, and yet also capable of gripping the Mag US? That oddity is hardly impossible to explain, but here's the thing. It's a gun that shoots actual bullets, and it's a pistol at that. It's not like he's one-handed, putting the butt of it up to his shoulder for the recoil. A broken hand shooting a gun with a recoil. That seems a bit unrealistic here, Emma. We've already determined that the Mag US was fired twice before the sword was used at all. Firing such a weapon with a broken hand surely rendered his left useless. It is difficult to wield a sword with a damaged hand, isn't it, Sosuke? Historically, even loss of a pinky on your non-dominant hand was considered enough to render you relatively defenseless. Is that why Yakuza would often cut off fingers as recompense for offenses? That's right, Sarah. In fact, cut the chatter, save the history lesson. He had to pull the sword loose with one hand because his left was useless? Look at all the forensics pulled from the katana, that's... Your Honor, the people claim my client had to use one hand to retrieve the sword because his other hand was disabled. But does the evidence actually suggest that? What do you mean? Forensics performed on katana found my client's right hand fingerprints on the handle. But what grip are the prints a match for? Let me just give it a quick think here as I meticulously analyze the position of each finger. A normal grip. The grip is normal. Do you mean to say that thumb is facing towards the blade, Your Honor? Well, yeah, but isn't it easier to just say he held it like normal? If my client only held the sword with his right hand normally, Your Honor, that would mean he held the handle like that even as he tried to jostle the blade free from the floor it was impaled in, which is far from impossible. But if, Your Honor, the court has questions about exactly how the defendant was positioned when he's found standing above Officer Chopin's corpse, I believe the people's next witness will be able to answer all of them. That could only mean it's finally time to face off with the arresting officer. Chopin's partner. Very well. Then let us summon to the stand, null name not found. What? What? Is that a family or given name? What? got one big ol' error right here, and it's a classic. Witness not found. Literally. He ain't here. Ooh. Isn't this a little bit of a mix-up for you, Emma? He's had hours to get here. What the hell could he possibly be? Her star witness is a no-show. Is this good news or bad news? Like hitting the jackpot in the world's sketchiest slot machine. Feels good, but you get the feeling that the staff is going to make you pay for it. Idiotic. Pay for it when? Fine, I'll finish it myself. Right about now. Perhaps it's for the best then, Your Honor. We can save the court the trouble by wrapping up things here and now. The facts are simple and the defense has failed to refute them. Thus the people call for summary judgment. Already? The defendant is the only one with his prints on the gun. Okay, one sec. This seems big enough for another save. Which goes here. He is the only one with his prints on the katana. His own employer testified to this court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested, standing over the body of a dead cop. Before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. That must be Reyes in London she's referring to. As the only living person left at the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have committed these murders. And I'd be lying if I said it wasn't entertaining. But it's only because she's on tilt. She's thrown off by her witness flaking, and it's caused her to overstep. She just fired off a lot of claims in quick succession, which is the weakest one. Where do I counterattack? This is a doozy. So what are the 4 claims? Found a rest standing over the body of a dead cop. 2 more cops arrived and secured the scene. Potentially the only suspect. Ooh, I just noticed they had another layering issue, because we got these that go to each of the points to choose, but they're behind this for some reason. Only suspect. Just claimed that Sosuke is the only one who could have committed these murders. She can't possibly prove that. Yes, okay. She can't prove that there wasn't anyone else there that night because I actually was. Haha, yes, that's right. Knowledge that we know that she don't. Like her, I can prove the possibility of another party being present without having to reveal their identity. The people are mistaken, Your Honor. My client wasn't the only other person there that night. And there's evidence to show it. The dark card? Yes. Let's just double check. No, definitely not broken back. Not classified documents. Alright. Let's look at dark card. What is that? The dark card found lodged in the Creek's datapad? That's right. The perfect payment option when neither you nor the businesses you frequent like attaching names to faces. We've already discussed that within moments of Creek's death, a transaction was being attempted on his datapad. A transaction made using this dark card. But whatever for? Perhaps some of the handful of illicit substances that were found at the scene of the crime? Oh crap, yeah, almost forgot. These guys were drug dealers. And drug dealers get customers, Your Honor. Customers that can be very temperamental when things go south. Are you trying to suggest that these killings were the result of a drug deal gone wrong? I mean, they sort of were. A drug deal made in person at a blue blood stronghold. Dark cards require a passkey and a fingerprint. The card would be useless if its owner wasn't physically present for the transaction. A transaction that might be abruptly cancelled if tensions boiled over. A potential buyer would likely have been across the desk from Creek. The same spot in the room that we've established. The killer must have started their rampage. Cute idea, counselor, but there's no meat to it. We know that Creek was using that datapad before he died. And we know that the dark card was processing a transaction at the time. For some reason, you've made the assumption that he was selling. Well, the simplest explanation is that he was buying, using the dark card that he owned. The dark card belonged to Creek. How will you respond? I don't need to respond with evidence. I just need to point out the flawed evidence she's constructed her argument upon. Wiped of all prints, perhaps. Because, yeah, his fingerprints are on there. Yeah. Characterization, Your Honor. The people are claiming that the dark card in the evidence record belonged to the victim, Creek. Despite the fact that it has no fingerprints on it either. Ooh, I love this bit of smugness here. Let's just screenshot that for later. Hell yeah, Morgan. Holding the keys to the kingdom now, aren't ya? What? If the dark card had belonged to Creek, he would have had to insert into his datapad with his teeth. Yuck. So who did the dark card belong to? Perhaps a customer who didn't like his prices. A disgruntled customer could have wiped their prints off the card by the fact they were over there. That's absurd. If a customer brought that dark card with them to the crime scene, why the hell wouldn't they take it with them when they left? It was stuck in the datapad. They could have pulled a little harder. They could have taken the datapad with them. Who would leave behind something that valuable? The card is worthless to everyone but its owner. To whom it could be priceless. Why would they choose to leave it behind? The answer to that is simple, if I'm honest. We're discussing the possibility of a deal gone south. What could cause that in the first place? Aggressive negotiation tactics? Or a customer who couldn't pay? This customer could afford a dark card, and yet they couldn't pay. Hold on. You're trying to say all these deaths, all this carnage? You think it's all because their card got declined? Hard to live down that kind of faux pas. Murdering 4 or 5 people in order to skip paying your bill is pretty aggressive, but if you need your fix. Was there any indication that contraband was taken from the scene of the crime? Your Honor, that is difficult to say. Without knowing their inventory before the crime occurred, we cannot rule out the possibility. That was a little lackluster of a pushback. Is she really that thrown off by this witness playing hooky? Well, I had to do this because I love spending time with you all and having a physical body and being ensouled. Phrasing. Makes it sound like she's a person. Wait a second. I'm not saying this is true, but sidestep. I wonder if our late friend Dr. Asher made any models for the state. No. Something, people who saw Chapter 1 might get what I'm insinuating. But it does seem like I have to declare a recess while we wait. Perfectly reasonable, Your Honor. That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard. I'm sorry about your love life, 80. What? Court is now in recess. It's like we know there were, changes to the manifest of things getting shipped out, different models being swapped in of orders. I mean, as a company as proclaimed and respected as where the late Dr. Assure, the father of modern Android designs, why wouldn't the state have, got a few special models themselves? So, Aurea Holdings is not part of House Ikaria. No, it is. House Ikaria is comprised of the literal Ikaria family, the Ikaria Financial Group, and Aurea Holdings. But each of those parts is a separate identity from the others. That is very confusing. No, well, yes, it can be confusing, but it protects us. Protects the IFG. No, protects the house from itself. If everyone in the Ikaria family was a member of the IFG, and the IFG was called the Ikaria family, that'd be much simpler. I know it would be simpler, but that's... Who the hell is this guy to keep Rockford waiting? Are you addressing your question to me? I've never met the man. Well, he's met you, smacked you upside the head and cuffed you. If you say so. I told you I don't remember anything after I walked out of that holding room. Chime in at any time. Apologies, Adonai. I was just trying to answer your question. Who the hell is Officer Rogers? You find his socials or something? I found a news story attached to a live feed. Ooh. He is shaking hands with some men at the top of some stairs. Right now? What's the headline? City council members thank heroic officer for his service. Oh, well, that makes sense. How can it? Emma's outranked. If the politicians decided now was the time to do photo ops, she doesn't have the pull to go against them. Are Officer Chopin's parents there? Yes, both his fathers were present. Adoptive fathers? Are you trying to make me feel better? Adoptive or not, they are his parents, and their pain is real. Of course. But that pain would be equally real if they weren't expressing it in front of those cameras, don't you think? If you're feeling guilty, Sosuke, please get out of your system before the trial resumes. I don't feel guilty. Even if I did kill that officer, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. Perfect! Don't say that in the courtroom, please. Do not say that where your words carry immense weight on your innocence. But that doesn't make it right. Taking a life, parents having to outlive their children. And here I thought you'd be all about filial piety. You telling me you wouldn't take a bullet for your patriarch, Daisuke? Of course I would. And force him to outlive his son? How could you? Adopted son from a branch family. Do I need to point out how badly you're contradicting yourself? Daisuke Ikaria could have let me waste away when the rest of the Hayakawa branch was killed. Instead, he placed me at the right hand of power, a seat of honor, a subservient seat. All seats are subservient. Not the one at the top. I didn't know the rest of your birth family died, Sosuke. Retaliation for the fall of the leaves. Quite the dignified way to refer to the Ikaria killing all those blue bloods 30 years ago. Anyway, it was my understanding that that was a complete and total victory. The kind that left the blue bloods incapable of counterattacking. Very nearly so. You disapprove of what happened 30 years ago, Sosuke? Of course not. The barbarity of the house's enemies left it with no other choice but to act. No way out, huh? By the way, I was asked to pass along a message to you. If you're given a way out, take it. Who told you that? Ooh. Do we lie? Do we tell the truth? Or do we lie by omission? You know what? I'm not a big fan of Little Snot, but I'll support the sassy child here. Makoto. Makoto, of course. You're a good liar. I did pass the bar. I'm not criticizing you. Not exactly. You just need to know more about your Marx's relationships before making that kind of claim. Makoto would never say such a thing. Not even if presented as a tactical retreat. How's this then? I got the distinct impression that I wasn't supposed to say. You may be right about that. Forget I asked. There's only so many members of the house who would want me to. So, did that message mean anything to you? I'm not sure. You're a terrifically helpful client. You know that? There's something you should know about me, Morgan. About the Hound of Ikaria. I didn't earn that title as a bodyguard or a head of security. And I didn't learn how to kill in the military. The Hound of Ikaria is the house's personal assassin. What happened to the House of Ikaria being refined? Elevated above their criminal past? The house is elevated. That status has granted it more enemies than ever. Enemies that need to be taken out silently, but undeniably. Undeniably, what I do is send messages. They need to be received by the right people, and they need to know who it's from. You kill so that the other houses and the nobility know it was the Hound, but can't prove that House Ikaria was responsible. Their own pride over being able to handle things internally, and their humiliation at being outplayed, ensures the deaths stay out of the papers. So the entire police force can descend on a jaywalker, caught by reflection off of a dash cam, but the nobility gets to wave off the surveillance state with a perfumed handkerchief, flaunting how the rules don't apply to them. Like I thought, a very pure expression of power. So all that talk of you being Makoto's head of security, that was all true. I have been Makoto's head of security for the past year. Did your courier business dry up? Circumstances around Makoto had changed. I was asked to step in and fill a role. And what you said about guarding the previous heir, waving your katana around as soon as you could walk, the circumstances were different then, too. Why tell me now? Because now that I've seen her, I don't think Rockford will have missed it. No, why didn't you tell me yesterday, the first time we met, when I could have actually prepared for this? Clearly, you've got some deeply held desire to rot in prison, since you won't help me win this case. What happened in the last 5 minutes that you've suddenly got cold feet? Adonai. Yesterday, I thought you were just some outsider, in over their head, who would surely drown if they knew who they were defending. Today, I think you're an outsider, in over their head, who could stay afloat with a lifeline. Thanks for the heads up. 5 minutes notice really comes in handy when your client asks you to catch a bullet. Well, actually, wouldn't 5 minutes be more than enough time to literally jump in front of a bullet? Oh god, I'm gonna be shot standing right here 5 minutes from now. It's like, no you ain't. Knock him out of the legs, drag him out of the way. I don't even have to take a bullet like this. Oops, spoke too quickly for speech to text. 1 minute. Captions. Captions. What is going on? Show preview. Okay, what if I disable, then re-enable? There we go. Okay, now we can continue. That was the longest I've seen it be stuck off. I'm sorry to disappoint you too, Sarah. I can't imagine you're pleased to be defending a self-confessed killer. I don't know what you went through when you were a soldier, and I have no idea what you've gone through as an assassin. Yesterday, Adonai suggested I shouldn't speak about those kinds of things, since I have no experience with them. I don't know if she's right about that, but soldiers and assassins do exist in this world, and they are still people. And I think I would be sad if I couldn't talk to any of them. On a related note, could you catch a bullet, Sosuke Ikaria? Nice. Also, hello Max Ding, welcome in. What's going on with you? Slightly more tired than usual. Big day, busy day, just one of those fucking days. I'll give you a chance to chat out. Let me see, what are the important things right now? Lamp. Let's see. Important things, catch up on what we're currently doing. We're currently in a recess for this case. We've called into question the fact that there's another potential person present at the crime scene to protect our client. We've questioned some of the evidence of the killing blows to hopefully reasonable doubt that there is another weapon aside from the katana. And what was the last thing we did? Right. We used the dark card that was left behind with no prints of any of the known criminals there, despite prints of theirs on other stuff like the pad, were present. Why would they wipe their prints off the card that can only be used with fingerprints? And we're currently waiting for the last cop witness to come in so we can question them. So we haven't missed too much. It feels like we're going to enter the last stage of this case. We're probably going to go overtime too so we can wrap up this stream. Let's see, Max Sting. Sadie's been worse than usual. Oof. That is not a fun position to be in. I've certainly been there. I'm thankful that it's been a while since I've been there. And sorry that that's where you're at. Exactly. Who wants to finger someone who changed their name to a symbol that you can't even find on a keyboard? But yeah, I hope you're gonna enjoy this bit of stream, even though you've missed the meat and potatoes of the case. I think we are approaching the wrap up and dessert of it all. The question is, how is this case going to be continued? Because I'm pretty sure there's more than just this for this chapter. I've seen minor spoilers, not about the content, but people who are playing it went to like little bits off of them voice acting all the characters, that I haven't seen anything relevant for those bits yet. Like, don't give a shit about Prince, but that move was kind of cool. Yeah. That was fuck over his label. Oh yeah, sure. It's the same as the I'm blanking on the band who started it, but the bowl of M&Ms with no greens in it. And though it's not talked about, the reason for that was to make sure that the places, the venues that they were performing at, were actually reading the contract and all the setup things they needed so they didn't kill any of their roadies. And seeing if they, read the thing about the M&Ms and just come in at a glance go, nope, they didn't even read that. Something that is apparently, if this part of the story is to be believed, the biggest text in the document. If they didn't even do that, and they missed that, they didn't read shit. The love sign was answer the copyright BS, yeah. And for sure. I meant more of it as a... It's like, do I really want to be in a relationship with someone who changes their name to a single symbol that I don't even know how to look it up? It's like, not because there's anything wrong with them, but it's like, I'm not sure if I'm ready for that kind of commitment. Imagine having to, like, handwrite that on every wedding invitation in the future, Let's see, considering such incidents as the station nightclub fire, by great weight it really matters, yes. If you're doing anything with pyrotechnics or even just an immense amount of electronics, like running a bunch of cables of specialized lights that you have to bring in yourself, it's like it may not be so common nowadays, but at least when I was a kid, the horror stories of houses burning down because someone overloaded an outlet with too many plugs into Christmas tree or decorating outside. Just absolute Gordian knot looking things of like two dozen Christmas string lights to the same outlet. It's like, yeah, I don't... That's one of the reasons I have not gone into electrical work. Like, it's guaranteed union, it's on-the-job training, and it's the sort of job that's always going to be around, especially the more and more internet becomes just ingrained into everything. I don't want to fuck with electronics that could kill you by accident. I got off track of our main off-track topic. But yeah. It's safety first. If someone else is telling you, hey, these are the things we need to be careful about for our safety, and there's someone you're dishing out a lot of money for because they're going to bring in a lot of money themselves, you don't fuck around. You don't skimp on the details. You don't pinch every penny. Because that's how you get good people killed over something preventable. And yes, this is also fucking all the vaccine bullshit going on. Ugh. Yeah. Do what's right, even if regulations don't say you have to. Did a good job, but also have experienced safe electric shots. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're calm. Back to level. We're in between sections of the case. Could you catch a bullet? So skate Ikuria. No, Sarah. But you're a cybernetically enhanced martial artist. Oh, the context was a really fun context. It was a nice little aside from the seriousness of the game. Absolutely. Because let's see, does it show? Damn. I've made some mistakes in the course of this case. Nothing that, ended it early, thank goodness. But it's really cutting into my funds for gambling. And as we know, Morwen is a big gambler. You're a cybernetically enhanced martial artist. Bullets are very fast. That is true. I could probably catch an arrow if I knew it was coming. Tell me more. Oh, Sarah. Ooh, actually, that's a question. I got the two of you in here for some back and forth possibilities. So this is cyberpunk dystopia. Every, pretty much, firearm of any sort, whether it be lethal or not, every body mod has a way of tracking the time, and in many cases, the state that the body is in, like heightened heart rate, the time of day, etc. Do you think bows and arrows are still possible to get easily? And if they are, is there any, like, tech tracking their use somehow? And I'm thinking, like, the massive compound bows, strong enough where you cannot dry fire it or it will break itself. Because those things can get some distance. And they're still fast, not bullet fast, but fast. And some of the really fancy compound bows, you can actually fold up when not in use. It's like, one, to take tensions off the string, but also for storage and transport, instead of just having this massive, still like the length of a rifle weapon. So what do you guys think? Would that be like still tracked via tech and such for times and usage? Or would you think dystopia, you can't even buy them? Jesus, what are your upstairs neighbors doing? Well, I assume they're not fucking. If only because, like, the banging around and noises, you could probably tell. It's like fucking or fighting. Maybe both. Depends on their sex life. And yeah, it's relatively easy to make a bow. But I was thinking of, like, the strong ones that could potentially still be used for distant sniping shots. So it's like, are they still being tracked in some way? Just a thought I had. So you and your partner were the second officers to arrive on the scene? Ah, yes. Officer Hero arrived. So here's what, before we go into this, and this is going to be a little bit biased, but I'm pretty sure this dude killed the councilman's kid because of the documents. I'll show the one evidence that I think it's that. Where's the red ink? Red ink. Here it is. Because I saw this when we were looking at it. Re-election funds for presumably councilmen. I don't know there's many words that end Silman. Long to be pushed for. So, a bribe. And if the kid of 2 councilmen is trying to be a clean cop, which from the story is, I believe, was the case, not because they want to go into councilman work, but they're trying to be a good person, I think he was killed because he was not giving into corruption. Oh, Maxi's got a big thing. Okay. Make sure I'm not saying, okay. A prior topic. Though now you're combining 2 of these things, matching a martial artist who's a kink e-stim cybernetics, capable both of directed at themselves, able to have control offhandedly to others wirelessly, and because they're just that kind of fun, also capable of directing them outward instead, including during a fight. Yeah, that definitely sounds like some fun little stuff for the corpse. Sorry, the core. God, it's because it starts with a K, and I'm used to the C core spelling like that. Could literally be named Switch. That'd be a funny pun. Though, I can see one potential kink to that plan, pun absolutely intended. If something has the possibility to be used by an other person not present at the scene for partial control, it does run the risk of hacking, or at least any technology-based powers on the hero side, no? It's like, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. If they know someone else can control it to any degree, some bastard's going to try and figure out a way behind that firewall. Just something I want to pop up because you two are very creative. It's possible that you guys would be writing something for this character idea. It does, and it's narratively entertaining. Also, there's someone who uses this thing as recreation. Yeah, fair enough. Rose-colored glasses, control. I mean, yes, there is that. But from the sound of it, for the setting, those are not all connected to one central AI. They'll all have like a smaller version within each one. I could see that as a pseudo-reactive defense for counter-hacking, worst case scenario, if someone were to try that. But having like a specific limb with that connection functionality for kink reasons, yeah, just saying that anyone finds out on the hero side, there's at least one fucker who's gonna try to look for weaknesses in that. Only problem, they can be weaponized to a degree that switch can't trick off. Yep, exactly. Or even not that, if it's like something that could be remotely enabled, depending on the depth of that particular kink interest. If it's something that just the person connecting in would have to flip the right switch to do, could lead to some interesting controls in the middle of a fight. But yeah, that is just an idea that came to me. It's like, I should share this for these two creative people who join me so often. So, little story seed or complication for y'all. That's correct, ma'am. When the 10-999 went out, my partner and I were relatively center city. We were within jogging distance of the site after an elevator ride, so we proceeded on foot. Roger still hasn't shown. Emma must have rushed London to adjust to the reshuffled docket. I assume he was rushed. He does seem somewhat distracted. Oh yeah, you should absolutely lock the door if you're hearing shouting and things likely being thrown around and broken. You know what? If it ends up being bad enough, all that is happening, I really hope for you, police gets to take someone away and help you give a quiet rest of the night, hopefully several in a row. We arrived on the premises at 10:21 p.m. At 10:27 p.m., we assisted Officer Rogers in completing his arrest of the suspect. Actually, wait a second. Okay, they got there 10:21, then 27. Complete arrest. So, okay. So last time we had Officers Rogers and Chopin arrive at the scene 10:14, at minimum 24 minutes after the last person died. So they could not have been responding to the gunshots that Morgan had fired. Because if they were close enough to really hear them and narrow it down quickly, why nearly 30 minutes? If they were not close enough to do it quickly, why didn't it take longer to figure out which building from whatever other witnesses were there? Now we're hearing that there is a 7-minute window, more or less, between Officer Chopin being stabbed in the back and the two backups arriving to the scene. That's a lot of time for someone to murder their partner and frame the suspect there. This is not 100% proved by anybody being shot, so not calling the cops. Oh yeah, I'm not saying you should call the cops. I'm saying, like, if it's that violent and loud, if cops should come, you get several quiet nights in a row. It would be very helpful. But yeah, it's we're getting more times, we're getting more of a plot line. It's nice and useful. What did that involve? Reading rights to an unconscious man? That's a good bit. We helped Rogers finish cuffing the suspect is what I meant. His hands were shaking. Your witness, counselor? Alright, so we're playing blackjack again. I'd like to ask London why he wasn't explicit about all this yesterday. But complaining about detective not being forthcoming with defense isn't exactly a winning strategy. It's fair. He didn't hesitate to show me his involvement with the mafias yesterday. What's he got left to hide? Why were you nearby? How'd you clear the building? Were your body cams on? We'll start with this. This seems like it might have info for us. Dumb question, detective, but did you have your body camera on? Officers aren't required to turn on body cameras when responding to an emergency, counselor. Fair enough. And detectives aren't required to wear body cameras at all. Like I said, dumb question. Ooh, what about your partner? But by any chance, did your partner have a body camera going? Perhaps out of a characteristic abundance of respect for the rules. Matter of fact, I believe she did. So, of the first 4 of our city's brave policemen to arrive at the scene of a crime, only one of them thought to turn their body cam on. It's my understanding that Rogers couldn't turn his on, as it had been broken earlier in the week. And Tariq Chopin. I don't know why he didn't have his on. Ooh, that was good. That was helpful for us. Does Emma know? Does Officer Rogers? Okay. I don't think we're going to get definitive info on this, but we're going to try it. I think how'd you clear the building is the important bit. Why were you and your partner in Center City that night, Detective? Well, to be honest, I hadn't eaten dinner yet. I was really in the mood for some kind of hot soup, you know? And my partner was kind enough to indulge me on taking a drive. But you said you were close enough that on foot you went down. That's interesting, but is it important? That's all he's going to say. It's not like I could call him a compromised witness just because he was in the area, but what the hell is there even a press when his answer's that simple? I'm almost tempted to suppress. Was the soup good? No. I don't think they're going to like that. How'd you clear the building? And how did you and your partner go about clearing the building? I took point. My partner covered me, checking the rooms behind us as we went. It was tense. Searching the rooms with that racket blaring from upstairs. You were still searching for suspects, even though there's a 10-999 on the 3rd floor. Rogers had already reported the manner of his partner's death, Counselor. We weren't going to run upstairs to try and defibrillate. How was that report made? Over comms, around 10:17. Okay, we got another time. 10:17. Rogers comms that partner is dead. Okay, so that changes things. We know Chopin died 10:14. That's 3 minutes to do any alteration of the evidence. But that's still 4 minutes until London and Reyes show up to potentially, subdue the guy whose hands were shaking. How hard was he to cuff if his hands were shaking like that? That feels suspicious to me. Is it common practice to separate from one another when responding to a 10-999? It's one of several valid approaches that the department advises in critical scenarios. Press, do you ever lose sight of your partner? I think that's a reasonable thing to ask, because the partner has the cam. Did you ever lose sight of your partner? I might have. So she might have lost sight of you. Speculation, Your Honor. If I can't see you, you can't see me. That's not speculation, Your Honor. Just grade school logic. Overruled. Spill the deets, witness. Yes, me and my partner were separated as we cleared the building. For more than a minute, I'd say. A minute. And that got us our 21. Interesting. Thank you for giving us all that to chew on, Detective London. Come on, give me a break. I was trying to be helpful. No, I mean it. Blackjack. I'm especially interested to hear you describe how my client was unconscious and helpless by the time he first appeared on any body cam. Shall we review that footage together? I wondered if we can pinpoint exactly how many wounds he received in between his arrest and when his mugshot was taken. Redirect, Your Honor. Really? What is she doing now? The prosecution called Detective London as their witness and asked their questions. Ad and I just had the chance to ask our own questions during the cross-examination. After the cross-examination, the people can redirect if they have additional questions to the witness. So it isn't just one for them and one for us. More like an eye for an eye for an eye until justice is blind and bloody. She wants another round. Why? Just stalling? Detective London, are you aware of an ongoing police investigation for a figure known as the Hound of Icaria? Not stalling. Approach, Your Honor. Wait, do I finally get to say the line? Hold on, this is happening too fast. Okay. Oh, so you're and they're already here. With absolutely none of this bullshit. This Hound of Icaria is obviously some kind of case file that the Organized Crimes Department is working on. Detective London isn't qualified to speak on it. Homicide, organized crimes, is there that big a difference? Depends on the career of the witness in question. Detective London, for example, spent 6 years in the Organized Crimes Unit. What? You didn't know that? Where are you taking this, Emma? Look, hate to admit it, but I think I need spoilers as well. If you ask him about this, what's he gonna say? That the Hound of Icaria is an assassin who leaves calling cards at each of his kills, terrorizing the house's perceived enemies without shame. And that the lead suspect in those cases is a man around Sosuke's age and height. Unless you have something more in this next sentence. With gray blue hair, a modded spine. Wait, how do they know about the modded spine, to be honest? Like, how do they somehow detect modded spine in this killer, but not find the person? And a large tattoo of a dog across his back. Sosuke, you vain son of a bitch. You got made with your shirt off? You see? Bless you. You cannot let the jury hear that, Your Honor. But I really want to. If organized crimes wanted to arrest Sosuke, they should have done so already. He's on trial here today for these 5 counts and nothing else. The defense has once again claimed that their client is merely some veteran who's been victimized by greater forces. But the police believe that he's in fact the deadliest soldier Icaria have at their disposal. Yes, but here's the thing. Innocent until proven guilty. This is not the case for those cases. This is a completely different case that he's being suspected for. Like Morgan said, if they wanted to arrest him for that, they've had opportunities to do so, but haven't. To bring it up now is leading the jury. That may not be the correct terms, but again, he's suspected. He is suspected for those crimes. It should not be held admissible for this different case when he has not been proven for or against having committed those murders. That's bullshit. But like the Ace Attorney universe, laws might be different enough just to allow such bullshit. Let's see. That's not irrelevant. No, it's just prejudicial as hell. Girls fighting. Right, that is her weakness. But obeying the legal precedent. But the tension, the human drama, the toxic Yuri. That's right, 80. He'll just be giving a summary. The case file won't enter the record. So you won't even give me the chance to object to the evidence? Your Honor, if you do this, the jury will be spoiled within seconds, and I'll have my client served up to mistrial before the day's through. Some of the oddities of Phoenix Wright is explicable by the Japanese court system being fucked up. Yes, exactly. And commentary on that, in fact. And others are, localization issues. Well, this setting is supposed to be in, like, the future. Maybe there are specific cases that have further shaped law. It's possible. Just like it's possible for fucking JoJo's Bizarre Adventure to still be relevant enough for this AI adjutant to make the "oh, so you're approaching me" reference. But yeah, I still think this should not be admissible on moral grounds, even if not legal. And some other lucky adjutant will get to have all the rest of the fun. Oh yeah, it's been around for so long. It's like that specific reference. In roughly 60 years in the future? Like, I know they can't just invent media and make references to it so people know. I know that's the one limit of the medium. I just thought it's like, that's a really specific reference to make. Fun as it is. I've severed the jury's feed for the time being. I'd like to hear exactly what the witness has to say before ruling on this testimony's inclusion. Ah, damn it! 80 is calming down, she's being less emotional. We might be fucked. But, Your Honor, the gallery is not your concern, nor a concern of justice. This trial will remain open to the public until such a time as I, or the state, feel it shouldn't be. Decision made. Thank you, Your Honor. What just happened? The jury's going to take a bathroom break. Emma will get to ask her questions, but in all likelihood, the adjutant will make sure they never hear the answers. So we aren't any worse off. Sosuke might be. What do you mean? This gallery's filled to the brim with cops. They all think he killed Chopin. If London regales us all with tales of the Hound's exploits on top of that... Don't worry, Sosuke. They can't do anything to you here. Because we're in a courtroom. I won't spend the rest of my life in this room, Sarah. And even if I could, I wouldn't. Detective London, if you would, please testify as to the... Oh, for real? Your Honor? What now? Hey, Rockford, that witness guy who flaked on you. Made you look dumb? Ah, yes, them. Yes? He's finally here. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions to the witness at this time. Oh, thank goodness. Really? But the redirect fizzles out. Counselor, you want to snap it up? No, Your Honor. Dang. Detective London. Nobody wants to talk to your ass. Yeah. Miss Rockford let it go. She doesn't hold anything back in the courtroom, but only because that's what gives her the greatest chance of victory. If the jury wouldn't hear it either way, and she has no need to stall for time, she won't stoke the coals for the fun of it. So if you hadn't fought against that redirect up to the very last moment... Bullet caught, huh? Yeah, nothing impressive about putting my arm between the gun and my... heart? I was gonna say stomach. The analogy seems weaker, somehow. There he is. The man of the hour. The hero who put a stop to the Hound of Ikaria and brought justice to the city over the loss of its favored son, Tariq Chopin. Patrol Officer Rogers, reporting for duty. You don't have to say that. Sorry. Just, reporting for duty. Name and occupation. Patrol Officer Huey Rogers. Occupation, Patrol Officer. What's his profile? Police Officer Lords Patrol. Likes saltwater, rosemary, graffiti art. Likes graffiti art? Dislikes sand? Fair. Gets everywhere. Marshmallows and the lottery. Is this referring to the book? Or, like, the gotcha machine that only has the prize of several $1 million or nothing? Wakes up at 5:30 a.m. Jesus Christ. I guess that's why he's tired sounding. Can't stand mice. Balance. Easily upset. So he's always off balance. And also I just realized... He reminds me of another character. Shit, I'm blanking on his name. It's AI, other cyberpunk game. Sorry, not AI. Pretty much their equivalent of ads, but kind of develops AI thought patterns. The cyborg sent from Cyberlife. I'm forgetting the name. That he always introduces himself at. Just name the cyborg sent from Cyberlife. The outfit, I think you have to admit, is really similar. Former partner of Tariq Chopin. Apologies for earlier. It's fine. The court understands that the city council had need of you. Where I said my name wrong. Won't happen again. I should hope not. Please don't have to introduce yourself all the time. And your tardiness? What's that? Being hours late to this trial. Did I not set a reminder? Good lord. Whew. Does seeing him here in the flesh jog your memory at all? No, not at all. Sorry, I was memorizing my lines. I think this guy would be pretty hard to forget. You must have sustained quite the concussion then. As an appetizer. From what I saw, he's lucky nothing important leaked out of his ears. Shall we begin, Officer Rogers? Right, from where? The start. Oh. Well, it was a pretty boring, normal night. Me and Chopin were just driving our route, windows down. He was always getting car sick if the windows weren't down. At around 9:45 or so, my partner heard shots fired. Okay, 9:45. Here's the thing, though. The death of Tank, who died via gunshot in the middle of his chest, and I believe, let's double check the report. I believe it said near instantly. Tank should be T. Yeah, Tank's autopsy. Killing them instantly, yes. He was ruled at 9:44. So, unless he's misremembering the time, they were either really far away for it to take almost a minute to reach them, or they did not actually hear the gunfire. So, off we went. What does that mean? Well, I mean, shots echo down the lower ward, so I wasn't too sure about the direction. But my partner was confident that it'd have something to do with the Blue Bloods. That area is a known hotspot. As we were near the street, we saw people slinking away from it. We got the message. People can sense that kind of trouble even when they don't know it. Something bad had gone down. No one wanted anything to do with it. Front door wouldn't budge. Peeked around to the alley, but the fire escape was out of commission. Wait. Okay, one of the things of evidence was that the door was open, but we were told that it auto-locks. Okay. Then my partner, shot clean through the door handle. Chopin was that determined to get inside. Based on some echoed gunshots and a few context clues, this is sounding suspicious. Suppose context clues are most of what I used to find the place too, but... So, when you arrived, the only way into the building was locked. Yeah, and so we had a strong reason to believe the shooter was still in the vicinity. I was in favor of waiting for backup at this point, but my partner, he was convinced the place was dead empty already. So he just moved a good bit faster than me, right up until we got to the second floor, and... See, memorizing his lines. We heard a loud slam. Ooh. That's actually potentially big. I don't think the arcs, the recording of the crime scene had the open door for the small room Sosuke was being torched in. Loud slam. Let's see where this is. They might figure out what it is. But if not, I have a suspicion. A slam. What kind of slam? Like Slam. Welcome to the jam. Like, slam. Or like, slam. Okay, yeah. I'm feeling more likelihood that 80 here is a sibling to Sarah. I don't know. It was loud, though. And Chopin gets all deadly serious and says I stay, and he goes ahead. Up to the 3rd floor. After a bit, he yelled down to me saying everyone was dead and I should come join him. That's when I heard another heavy thud. I didn't know it was the sound of my partner's body hitting the floor. But I put 2 and 2 together when I saw that man there, standing over him. Let the record show that the witness has, finally, identified the defendant. If you heard a noise at a crime scene, the natural conclusion would be that you were not alone. But if Chopin thought they weren't alone, why would he insist on splitting up? To avoid crossfire? No, that sounds like an increased likelihood for crossfire, right? What was the thing she asked? They thought they were alive. Yeah, I think to prevent escape is the most likely. That's it. Chopin must have wanted to split up so that they could cut off possible routes of escape. Thanks for the book club. Perhaps I can shed some light on the late officer's actions. With more speculation. With some helpful theorizing. Capped off with hard evidence. Officer Chopin explicitly told his partner to stay behind. And the only reason he'd do that is if he thought he'd let them catch an escaping suspect. Why would he think a suspect was escaping if he heard a noise upstairs? He wouldn't. He'd only think a suspect was escaping if the noise he heard was... Ooh, what are we getting here? Dumpster. Ooh, very heavy loud, that's right. Let's double check. Magus. No, if it is loud enough... No, because earlier they said they heard the echoes of gunshot from ways away. This close, they would definitely still recognize gunshots. So loud slam. A noise that came from the alley. What kind of noise would that be? A noise like the one I was treated to when Detective London clumsily shut the dumpster out there. Hey now, it left my ears working too, you know. What are you even talking about? I'm talking about an exit plan. In other words, how the real culprit managed to flee the scene. How does a dumpster lid relate to some imaginary suspect's great escape? 1963, 172 minutes. The only way to get from the 3rd floor to the street without getting past the 2 cops clearing the building would be by going down the fire escape and into the alley. A fire escape that's broken, so no one could climb up it, but anyone could jump from it onto the dumpster below. Ooh, yeah. I can kind of see it. Ooh, counterpoint. That must be a dead pixel you're seeing, Your Honor. Were there boot prints on top of the dumpster? A dent in the lid? Well, that's... No, of course not. So there's no proof, no reason at all to think that anyone jumped down onto it. And no reason for us to entertain this train of thought. Damn it, that's... I've got nothing. Even if there had been damage to the dumpster, I could never prove it is caused by a fleeing culprit, which is fair. Bad and I'm thinking. I know. But might this not possibly be the time for you to stop thinking, and instead flip the go board like you've told me to do before? You're horribly misquoting me. Yes, there is a reason to entertain this train of thought. Reasonable doubt, yes. And that is all Morgan is about. Because it's really hard to prove without a shadow of a doubt anything. But if Morgan had to do that for everyone she defends, it would mean just missing one scrap of evidence or alibi, or just been to work for someone who is guilty as fuck, you're fucked. But with the right words and picking at the right strings, you can add shadow to a doubt even to absolutely guilty people's defense. Just gotta do it the right way. But Emma says there's no proof that anyone fled the crime scene. But there was proof of that. What would it look like? Proof that someone was in that room when the police first arrived, but not there when the police got to the 3rd floor. They would have had to take the fire escape if Rogers never saw them, and they couldn't have taken the fire escape without first opening the window. It's been bothering me since yesterday. I was sure those windows were closed when I left, but they've been open ever since the scene was secured. And I can't testify to that. One time I know the truth and I wanted to get out. But I can't admit it without screwing myself over. Adonai, any luck? Pardon the interruption, Your Honor. I have no objections at this time. Then the witness may continue. Please do. But rewind a bit first, if you could, since we got off topic. And don't spare any detail. Okay, we're going to get a couple specific bits of evidence, and we got to find something in the story. Tell the court exactly what you saw, felt, and heard that night. Of course, the witness is a trained officer of our city's prestigious police force. The look on his face, actually. Huh. That looks like someone who knows they're being forced to lie. Interesting. Okay, what do we do with this? Let's see. You gladly recount every minutia for us. They're putting a lot of pressure on him. This man who forgets appointments if he doesn't set timers. Line by line. Like every detail? Especially the irrelevant ones. Sir, yes sir. I did get a little in my head just now. Better listen through his whole testimony at least once before I start looking for holes. Okay. Quiet night, then my partner heard gunshots. Yeah, partner heard gunshots. We head for the nearest known Orca hotspot. Arrived to find the building dead quiet. No, wait. The music. Door's locked. I checked the alley but didn't see another way in. So Chopin shot off the lock through the handle and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. Then there was a slam and my partner bolted upstairs. Yep. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running to find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. Something sent out to you, Adonai. Yeah, my ears perked up a bit. The saying is perked up, isn't it? What? Let me focus. Sound system. Fire escape. Front door. Sound system, obviously. I heard gunshots. Here's... Yep, there it is. Now the building dead quiet. Take that. Well, he isn't running screaming from the courtroom? I mean, not yet. How could you have arrived to find the place dead quiet when there was a sound system blaring on the top floor, as you said several comments later? The witness must not have heard the sound system. This is a noisy city. Even in the lower wards, he... Ooh. But he did hear the music. He described in his testimony just now. And the open window, exactly. He followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. So the building was dead quiet when you were outside, but you could hear music from the first floor. Well, yeah. I heard the music pretty much as soon as we stepped inside. Only after you stepped inside? Yeah. A sturdy door, I guess. Your Honor, the witness has established that the front door was very secure and tightly locked. There's nothing strange about it blocking out some of the amount of sound. But it blocked out, like, all the sound. Once the door was open, the music was booming. The scene of the crime was a known Blue Blood property, yes? A safe house apartment complex of sorts, as I understand it. They must have made a number of modifications to the premises. That front door certainly looked like a newish addition. Yep, check. As Maxine got at the window, maybe they redid the windows too. I don't get it. I don't mind stating it plainly, Your Honor. That building has been thoroughly soundproofed. That building has been thoroughly soundproofed, Your Honor. You think the building was soundproofed? I know it was. I experienced it myself, stepping out of the lower wards and into its dingy nightclub vibe. That would explain what the witness experienced, wouldn't it? Perhaps, but that wouldn't explain the building being dead quiet when they arrived. Not unless the window next to the sound system was closed. Ooh, fucking got him! Showed my hand a bit there. She knows what I'm gunning for. Counselor. Asking the court to accept that the building happened to be soundproof is not the flawless argument you're making it out to be. The window in question opens to the alley. Rogers could have easily missed the noise coming out of it. Even though he already testified that he checked the alley before his partner shot the door open. He might have merely neglected to mention he heard music at the time. Music in the alley. I would have noticed that kind of thing, right? Ugh. Ooh, fast on the uptake this one. I'm looking at this arcs from every angle I can, rotating cubes in my mind as fast as my programming will allow, and I'm still seeing a crime scene where the windows are open. What am I doing wrong? There's a trick to it. Try focusing on just a single cube first, once you've got one spinning consistently. Sarah, I know you're not trying to be funny there, but that was fucking hilarious. Yes, Your Honor. The windows were found open. It's a contradiction. The windows were closed when the officers arrived, but open by the time Rogers got to the third floor. That means that someone must have opened them. Someone not currently on trial, Your Honor. You should stretch before attempting mental gymnastics that intense, Counselor. You claim that the windows were originally closed, and only opened at the last moment, as some mystery individual fled down into the alley. But we know Creek was standing in front of those windows when he was shot. And we can see where his blood landed, on the sides of the windows that face into the room when open. If, as you claim, the windows were closed when he was shot, then his blood somehow ended up on the wrong side of the glass. Your theory is flawed, a far-flung fantasy with nothing other than Officer Rogers' poor hearing to support it. All the actual evidence shows at the time of the murders the windows were exactly as we found them, flung open. Let's see. Oh yeah, I got the reference to Valhalla. Is just the middle of that intense moment. I didn't want to go tangent. But yes, I do eventually plan to play that game as well. I just currently have 3 serial game streams, and I need to hopefully get one of those done before adding it. Her logic isn't faulty. I can't overturn it with any given piece of evidence. But I can point out the flaw in how she's presented her evidence. Thank you for the advice about taking full advantage of arcs, by the way. But trust me, there are some things that are best understood by visiting the crime scene in person. What helps keep you from getting flipped around? What does she mean by that? Very heavy. On the chest in front of windows. Soundproofed. Scene opened by all officers, yeah. No, wait, that's not on the arcs, though. Ooh. Okay, so I know... Ooh, I'm actually not sure which one this is. I'm pretty sure it's not dumpster. Like, pretty confident about that. This... I don't want to say scum it, but yeah, I guess I should. There are 3 things it could be, which is one thing too many for me to risk a 50-50. But okay. Oh yeah, let's see. Bracco's given Valhalla a few tries. It's a drink mixing game. Like a Tavern Talk that I've done, or Coffee Talk as well, where you mix drinks for customers. And there's a balance of getting them like overly drunk or not that can affect how things go. But yeah, it is very well done. It's just something I've put off because it's more cyberpunk than fantasy, which I've kept to up until recently with Of the Devil. Pretty damn comparable. Valhalla is way more informed about cop violence. Oh yeah. Okay, you're definitely going to max out, but I think I'm still going to try and go for the most likely thing. I think the window spatter, because that seems like something you would get a better feel for being there than on the arcs. Apologies, Your Honor. I'm just confused. How long did it take Creek to die? I believe it was 5 minutes, but because he didn't have mods that tracked time, the window was 10 minutes. But evidence showed that he was shot roughly the same time as Tank, who died instantly. Yep. Why is Miss Rockford talking about those windows? As if they swing open. What are you talking about? Those windows don't swing into the room. They're pulled to the side. They... What? Didn't you see the fingerprints they found on the handles? One look at that should tell you which side of the glass faces indoors. Funny. Wasn't that in the arcs? Ooh. Oh, this is some very chic interior design I'm seeing. Very wabi-sabi. So, if the windows only slide parallel to the walls, it wouldn't matter whether they were open or shut when Creek was shot. The blood would always end up on the same side. Ooh. Hey, I said I finally got the windows lined up right in the arcs. You didn't say that? At least, not aloud. Thank you for always listening, Sarah. But I said it just now, so whatever. What do you mean, lined up? The blood spatter. Ooh. Looks a lot nicer now, doesn't it? Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. That is so inappropriate for an adjutant to do. But it's gotten us all on the same page. We can all reasonably conclude that the windows were closed when Creek was shot, at the very least. Yes. Though when they were next opened is something you'll fight over, I'm sure. Now, if this ARC's data could just tell me whether the windows are actually soundproof. I doubt the ARCs could simulate that accurately for you, Your Honor. But if we re-examine the scene for that specifically, it should be simple enough to... Ooh. Waste the court's time. Forgive me for repeating myself, Your Honor, but even if we prove conclusively that the windows were soundproof, the defense's argument still hinges entirely on the omission of one detail in the witness's testimony. Putting it another way, just because he didn't hear the music, that doesn't mean he couldn't hear the music because the soundproof windows were closed. The devil's proof. Yes, and you actually used it right this time. I did my reading. She has effectively conceded that the windows were soundproof, but she's also shifted tactics, and it's a formation I don't recognize. That's to be expected, I'm no general. But I don't need Makoto here to tell me that war is deception. So how about a little misdirection? Oh, music's fading out. We've got something. Listen up, Sarah. The important thing about the devil's proof is that it's always on our side. The side of underdogs, lovers, and dreamers the world round. The side of the defense, innocent until proven guilty. That's what makes the devil so infuriating for the prosecution. The people make a fair point, Your Honor. There really isn't any hard evidence for my fleeing suspect theory at the moment. But the people haven't disproven it either, have they? I forget the exact details, Your Honor, but all we need is a shadow of a doubt, right? To overturn 5 dead bodies, the testimonies of 3 cops, and a room soaked to the floorboards in forensic evidence? Yeah. That's what burden of proof fucking means. Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to piss off everyone here? Yes, I am. Come on! You don't hate my theory that much, do you? I'm warming up to it. Then I'll stick to the facts for now. At the time Rogers and Chopin arrived, the front door was locked. The music was still playing at the scene of the crime, even if Rogers didn't notice it until stepping inside. And at the moment Creek was shot, at least, we can be certain the soundproof windows behind him were closed. Yes, those are the facts. Why are you restating them? Because there's something that's been bothering me. If we accept that these are the facts, one part of the Honorable Officer Rogers' testimony makes no sense. As the words head... Ooh. Ooh. I think Chopin alert, but let's check the others to be safe. Lock broken? Nope. Come on. Chopin paled? Nope. Second floor, Chopin heard noise. I'm pretty sure Chopin alert. So, soundproof, windows closed. How was the gunshot heard? Oh, that's absolutely. How could these 2 officers have set off in response to the sound of gunshots if the room was deafened at the time the gun was fired? Now you go there? Oh, crap, yeah. Wait, excuse me? What are you talking about? It's the very first thing you told us, officer. Your partner heard gunshots. But how is that possible? But he said it. He said it. Even on the radio, he called it in. Wait a second. Oh no, he meant to the station. Okay. I thought for a second they were separated. It's like, wait, what? True enough. I can see it right here in the police network's database. Rogers not in on this? Yeah. Oh no! Wait a second. Rewind a bit. I can't remember if you were here at the time, Barango. You might have been out on dinner. But Detective London admitted that there was a minute he was separated from his partner. There was a minute he was separated from his partner. And though Rogers already admitted that he found... Sorry, no, not that he found. That his partner was dead. It's possible the reason they were so close is London is part of the cover-up of whatever evidence was there with someone else killing him, to try and get the Hound to get taken down. Ooh. So he did. And since we can't ask him to testify, we'll just have to take him at his word. But just to clarify, Officer Rogers, are you saying you never heard any gunshots yourself? Well, I didn't have my head out the window like him, so that's what you're trained to do, isn't it? Report anything you see or hear across the network? Well, one report is usually sufficient, but confirmation is always ideal, right? Yes or no, Officer Rogers? I never heard any gunshots. Hang on, are you really So you never heard of Pete, but your partner, he somehow managed to waltz you both over to exactly where 4 vicious murders had been committed before anyone else got there. I just drove where he pointed, so... Ooh, this is something we've been suspecting for a while, though. If they were close enough to have heard the gunshots, they were close enough to hear the gunshots and figure out where it was, why did it take nearly 30 minutes? And if they were far enough away they had to ask witnesses to get there, it should have taken longer. But worse, he just said his partner was pointing them there. His partner was pointing him there. They didn't stop for witnesses. So why 30 minutes? Counselor, you need to be very careful here. Thank you for your concern, Miss Rockford. But don't forget, I hate losing. Pardon? I said, but don't forget to direct your comments to the bench. You bring that up now. Every cop in the room already thinks I'm a mob lawyer at this point. Compared to that, mocking the memory of the deceased is small time. I feel like you're going to say something shocking here. I should stop you. But I can't really stop you before you say it, so... Yeah, in for a penny, in for a pound, Maxting. I'm just confused. Is all your honor? How could Officer Chopin have possibly arrived at the scene of the crime when he couldn't have heard any gunshots? Unless he was asked to come there directly. Oh, like he got an Evite? Exactly! Officer Chopin answered a stress call. From the Blue Bloods. Ooh, throwing a dead cop under the bus and saying that they were corrupt. Not just a dead cop. The son of 2 councilmen who are grieving their boy. I didn't pick that up until just now. Oh, fuck. Stonks. Oh yeah, this is great, right? Apparently there's only one writer for this game. Like the story, it's damn. Tell me, are those her usual tactics? Turning the entire city against her for no discernible reason? No. Well, the first time we met she did. Technically, Your Honor, the defense is completely out of line. Damn, so that means probably as good narrative. With how thick this lore is, though, it's like, I'm sure they didn't write like every article, every bit of evidence, and all that, but they would have had to make the mystery itself, which would have needed the information for other people to write those articles and such. So again, damn good writing. Oh, there are some damn prolific writers, but I'm just saying, like, it's a lot of info for one person to track. If they don't have good narrative consistency, they have a damn good database or document list to easily search between, which not every writer does. This writer here, doing the game, voicing and all, is not a well-organized writer. I'm working on it, I swear. But I'm not great. Tonal consistency? Oh, yeah. Yes, they are absolutely consistent on that. Gallery is pretty poorly behaved, too. Gonna rein this in, or should I? Allow me. Tariq Chopin was an upstanding officer with no marks on his record. You say he was some kind of blue blood pawn, but he had to break into their building in order to to maintain cover. Come on. And you have the gall to claim he answered a distress call when there's no panic button, no phone records to suggest one was ever sent. True. True. That's all you have to say after posthumously accusing the son of 2 city councilmen of being corrupted by blue blood pocket change? It's a fair point. Chopin was the son of 2 city councilmen, and by all accounts, a dedicated police officer. He wouldn't work with the Blue Bloods without an unusually strong motive. The kind of thing that would make the headlines. What are you? Flex your media literacy. Choose present the article shows a motive for Chopin to work with the Blue Bloods. Okay. What do we got? No. Next month, heightened security, spending some contract for Mercs. I don't think it's healing fuel. Let's see, convention perhaps. Let's see. Schools. We're gonna. I know it's definitely not serial bombings. This was about the debt records for a university being destroyed, and that was a suspected reason. But I think ballot measures and convention both being political ones. Let's double check those. Ballot propositions and number of funding for city programs will be on the ballot. City council to commission cost analysis in public schooling, probably not. Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation. Sponsored by Chopin. Perhaps. This measure will divert City Council to fund the renovation around the lower wards. 5% sales tax. And, general view of favor of the to acknowledge that the necessary construction is disruptive. Something about these. No. Property values in the lower wards could either skyrocket or even drop into negative based on which pillars are rejuvenated. Maybe, but not definitive. I mean, Atlas 2 pillars to honor local community figures. This might be a more likely one, actually. I'll save after these articles. Because if something pops out as like, this is definitely it, oh, I'm not even bothering to quick save. I will take the loss if I misread it. But after local leaders and national figures are placed in current... That's... Actually... So if he's trying to make a name for himself, that's something he would benefit from, something the Blue Bloods could hold over him. You're a hero. You solved this horrific murder and the Hound of Ikaria. And even more so, neither of his parents are sponsoring the bill. I don't think this, but we're going to check through in case there's another one. No, that is the end of the article. So, that's still pretty good. Convention next month. Because I think there's also something about whether they need to hire mercs or can rely on the police. My host... It's already approved a record high monthly budget for the police department, including fully unrestricted overtime. But private security is trying to get them to consider contract their services. These failures. Ooh, getting them a win. Getting them a win to not have to contract out to a bunch of mercs is another... this is another strong one, though. So either advertise, hey, you could become a hero, get your name on something, or get a win that they don't need to hire out security. City Council declined comment. Someone expect to swim next month is national. No. Shit. Okay. Yeah, I'm quick saving. Feels dirty, but I'm not playing the hard mode anyway. Okay. And by quick save, I mean like fully save. I don't want to learn a new thing for quick save. But this I can easily check. Okay. He's a good, honest cop. Respectful councilman. I think the start one is... Oh, almost forgot. The ante. The first guess, because I think it's more likely, is the convention. Prove that the cops are not waste of money. the City Council is evaluating new security contracts ahead of next month's convention. And you think what? That the Blue Bloods own stock in the corporations involved? No. Okay. Like I said, it felt the more likely of the two. Okay, that means ballot measure. Oh. Almost forgot again. What is... Okay. Officer Chopin would never compromise his well-documented morals for anything less than earth-shaking opportunity. Yes, counselor, but his family is very well off. What could this earth-shaking opportunity possibly have been? How about a donation to his parents? What? We got it. Sidebar for a moment. What? How are you all thinking about voting? Oh, don't get me started. I'm a politician junkie, and I'm sure you have no right to vote either. What are you? Sorry, on the ballot measures, specifically? Huh? Am I the only one who sweats over this stuff? Maybe it's old-fashioned, but I was hoping to hear some diverse, nuanced opinions on Proposition 492. One sec. Now I'll just play it. I think she's going to say what it is anyway, but I think it's going to be the pillars being renamed. Wait, but that's the funding of Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation. Oh, no, it's pillars, but it was the other pillar one. Ah, damn. I think it's a nice idea. Bringing prosperity to lower wards, literal stability to everyone above them. And, of course, the mother of all paydays, to anyone lucky enough to own the land it'll require. Wait a minute. You mean... you... Am I the only one who reads the news anymore? Wasn't counting on this being rhetorical, but... who on the city council is sponsoring Proposition 492? Chopin's parents? One last question, less rhetorical this time. This crime took place at a known Blue Blood property. So why was this found there? Nope. 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 Ah, yes. Classified documents about bribing councilmen. Oh wait, again, I almost forget to up the ante. Highly confidential red ink documents were found underneath Chopin's corpse. They're almost entirely illegible by now, but you can still make out a reference to P492 right there. Ooh, that struck me as odd. Reinforcing the canopy. A state construction project that massive in the lower wards would mean even the police can't keep a crime scene secure down there unless they're willing to play ball with the Blues. You'd have to get past the Blue Bloods. Or through them with open arms and firm handshakes. Just what the hell are you trying to say? Counselor Morgan, if you... Sorry, wasn't sure I actually had to spell it out, but it certainly looks like... Patrol Officer Tariq Chopin was working with the Blue Blood Mafia to defraud the city. Uh-oh. Whew. Vehemence, wrath, outrage. She said it. She said that? What did you just say? Are you trying to piss off every cop and every politician in the city? Sorry, I'll gladly retract my statement. That is, as soon as any cop or politician or prosecutor can explain to the court how Tariq Chopin was able to arrive at the crime scene that night when we all know, damn well, he never heard any gunshots. Ooh, it is a bit of a pickle. What have you got for us, witness? What? I don't know. Good ears or something. Or good intuition or whatever. Your Honor, the simplest explanation is that Officer Chopin was tipped off by a CI that he neglected to inform his partner about. Hey, Chopin wasn't a patrol officer with secret criminal informants that he'd hide from his own partner. That sounds horribly corrupt. And you called my comments inflammatory? Corrupt. You've got brass, all right. That's real rich, coming from a mob lawyer dependent the Hound of Ikaria. Big uh-oh. Your Honor, the witness's last statement was a regrettable slip of the tongue. Frankly, his entire testimony has been less than ideal, and so I had already snipped the jury's feet, but the crowd... Seriously? He's the Crown? But isn't the Hound that... Cop killing animals? Knew the whole house stank like shit. Ooh. Watch what you say about a man's family, you. Mistrial? Mistrial doesn't matter. Every fucking cop they could get in those stands now has it out for not only the Ikaria, but us, who are representing, potentially, the Hound of Ikaria. That's something they'd have to prove in court. But good old street justice doesn't care about facts, does it? Or what? You'll stab us in the back, too? Sosuke? Please, calm down. And shut up, Bad Apple. Hang the whole house with him. Hey, come on. Bad Apple is an incredible music video. Don't be besmirching that shit. Your Honor, these outbursts from the gallery are not ideal, but we need to focus on preventing... It's not enough you butchered him like that. Animals. You gotta pay this lawyer to spit on his grave, too. At least the Blue Bloods know their place. How dare you? While you pigs were colluding with Blue Bloods, rip off everyone's lower boards. Better Blue Blood than the piss running in your veins. Ooh. Sarah, hold him. Pardon? Stop him from doing anything stupid. Now. Okay, it was fun. Now you've ruined it. You're all done. This court is now in recess. Bailiffs, clear the room. It's not enough. Nah, I'm not done talking. I want to speak. Tell him, Rogers. Ooh, buddy. This heat. Burn the house! Tension like a haze in the air. Rip him out by the roots. And on the back of my neck. Every last one. Should have taken you out when I had the chance, you beat a sweat, and something that feels like... Ooh. Ooh. Okay. We are over time by 40 minutes. We are leaving off right fucking here. There's no way this chapter is going to end like this, so... Oh, it's not letting me save. No. Shit. What was it? F5? F5 is quick save? No. Wait. Yes, I've quick save. Okay. Wait, quick bar? What's quick bar? Nope, that's not it. I can't see the saves, and I don't know if it's working. Okay, I guess we're not cliffhanging it right here, but it's the next chance we get. Guys made a mistake. Did it glitch or something? No, I just didn't want to progress it, because this feels like perfect cliffhanger if we gotta continue, but... Oh no! Don't you dare hurt our girl. What am I reaching for? Oh, I don't even have my gun. Something has happened. Who got shot? You know what, Detective London? Corrupt as you are, the only thing keeping you from redemption is fucking quitting. And I hope you do so I can praise you as a hero. There we go. Okay. Saving immediately. Do quick check. Quick save did not work. I'm glad I waited. Okay, so we're just gonna save right there. We will pick up later. Probably there's a lot to undo to be here. Well, I mean, a hero, sure. But I'm not gonna praise no cop as a hero. Not until they quit. It's certainly a step one from us, and we're a fucking murderer. Yeah, let's go to the BRB screen. We're 45 minutes later than planned, but a hell of a place to leave off on. There's no way there's more to this chapter, because chapter 1 took a while. And also neatly ended that story arc of what happened. We still don't know who killed the other people. And also these cops are probably going to come for us or some shit. But yeah, let us find someone to go into. Oh, one health lag here. Okay. Alright. Need desktop audio. Okay. Who have we got for options? Let's see. Let's see. Is doing a collab, but I can't see what game or thing they're doing because it's special events. Ooh, Unholy Atlas is playing Binding of Isaac. Let us see. Dang it, nope. They are rating now. Sorry, they're ending now. Damn. Follow up. Ares doing some Dark Tide Warhammer. Can take off, no problem, Maxing. Thanks for being here, and I hope you enjoyed that. Wonderful moment. Take care, and I hope you get to sleep well. Oh yeah, it looks like they're not anywhere near ending. Just need to... Let me copy. There we go. Alright, /read. Alright. Shit. I'm not sure what to do for a raid message. I guess we just do, our default one. It's nice, info, and anything relevant might honestly be a spoiler for this game, which I want more people to play. This is fucking phenomenal. Great writing, great use of themes, the sci-fi thing of, hey, relevant matters that still apply even now, even if it's taking place in the far-off future or with super advanced tech. As always, my wonderful tome readers, hope you are eating enough, drinking enough, getting enough sleep. Take care of your body so your body can take care of you. I will check someone else's VOD sound off to make sure there's enough for a good amount of stream for this. If not, I will record it offline and just, I don't know, try and combine it with this VOD or something. We'll see. But let's go ahead and read it out. See you guys around.